The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
World-class chess is back in full force at the Superbet Chess Classic in Bucharest, Romania. Reinvigorated from the rest day, players were back at the boards and ready to battle. Wesley had a wounded Liren on the ropes, but unsure of his advantage, accepted a draw. Fabiano Caruana put an end to Alireza Firouzja's 2-win hot streak with a bittersweet draw to remain the sole leader. Only 3 rounds left. Can Caruana run away with it? Day 7 of spectacular chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, everybody, to Day 7 of the 2023 Superbet Chess Classic, held in beautiful Bucharest, Romania. We start the day in one of the most scenic places here in Bucharest, the Cismigiu Park. As we are very close to the playing venue, I am sure the players come here and relax, get their daily walks in, just relax in between the games. Now, it's been a fantastic event up to this point. Let's go to the studio and start the action for Day 7.
We welcome you to the first stop on the 2023 Grand Chess Tour and our coverage of Superbet Romania. We come to you live from the St. Louis Chess Club. Hello and welcome, everyone. Thanks for joining us again. I'm International Master Nazi Paikidze, and I'm here with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Nazi, it's been wonderful as always to be with you and Var calling the action. It's been great thus far. How are you liking it?
I'm loving it.
I'm loving it. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our live broadcast of the Superbet Chess Classic. Round 6, 5 draws, but boy, were they fighting draws. 2 games could easily have ended up in wins. No changes in the standings, but let's take a look at the standings. Where do we, as we go into round 7?
Right.
Here's the scores.
We have a sole leader, Fabiano Caruana, with 4 points, and then closely following, Alireza Firouzja, Wesley and Richard Rapport,
nice,
with 3.5 points.
Anish has drawn all of his games.
Yes. And then we have 2 players with 50%, Anish, Giri, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Right.
And with 2.5, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Liren, and Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
Sure looks like a typo to see the challenger and champion tied for 7. Wow.
And with 2 points, Bogdan-Daniel, Deac.
Nice. And our format?
We have a 10-player round-robin tournament with a classical time control. 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, 30 minutes for the rest of the game, and 30-second increment from move 1. Players are not allowed to offer any draws, and we have a regular scoring system with 1 point for a win, half for a draw, and 0 for a loss.
Tournament's motoring right along, but tell us about the remaining schedule.
Right, we have 3 more rounds to go. Today, players will be playing round 7, and the tournament will end on Monday, May 15th.
Nice. And we're very fortunate to have in studio Varuzhan. Good morning, Var. Tell us about the players and their road ahead.
Good morning, guys. And yes, we have 3 rounds remaining, and 4 players, I think, have a shot to win this tournament. Fabiano is in the lead. But let's take a look at the road ahead for these players. Who they're going to face in the remaining 3 rounds. So we have Wesley. He's playing a big match today against Fabiano. And then he's playing Jan in round 8. And the last round, he will play Duda. So he needs to try to get a chance to win this round. The big game here in round 7 against Fabiano. Then we have Firouzja. He's facing Jan in round 7. Then he has Duda, and the last round he will play his countryman MVL. He needs to try to win 1 game out of this 3 to have a shot. Then we have Fabiano here playing against Wesley round 7. Then he's got Anish, Giri, in round 8, and last round he's playing Richard Rapport. That could be a very big game in round 9. And we're going to go to Romania to our colleague, Grandmaster Cristian Chirila.
Thanks, Var, and welcome back, chess fans, to day 7 here in Bucharest, Romania, at the 2023 Superbet Chess Classic. What an event so far. Such a topsy-turvy event, back and forth between this amazing player. But I have to say, yesterday in round 6, as you mentioned, Yasser, 2 of the players definitely left the playing hall disappointed. And that is Fabiano Caruana and Wesley, who are going to face each other in today's big clash of the round. As you guys already covered, Fabiano is leading, but only by half a point. And we know how dangerous Wesley can be. And if he wants to win this tournament, Wesley with the white pieces will have to pile on the pressure on the young Fabiano Caruana, our leader in the Superbet Chess Classic up to this point. 5 wins, 4 losses, and 29 draws between these 2 players. Just an amazing matchups. I cannot wait to see what they're going to bring over the chessboard. Another big clash that I'm having my eyes on is the one between Alireza Firouzja and Jan Nepomniachtchi. And I have to say, this is mostly a clash of styles, in my opinion. We've seen this matchup play out quite a few times, and I have to say, it was Jan that usually was besting Alireza. And even here in Bucharest last year with the black pieces, Jan managed to win against Alireza Firouzja. That's because Jan is so proficient in the opening phase of the game. That's surely due to the fact that he spent many months preparing for not 1, but 2 World Championship title defenses. That is against Magnus Carlsen in Dubai, and of course the recently concluded one against the Liren in Astana. So he's extremely strong in the opening phase of the game, and we've seen that Alireza is deficient at the beginning of the game. That's due to the fact that he doesn't have as much experience. He doesn't have as much time of preparation behind him. He's only 19 years of age. So this one is definitely going to be a clash of styles. And we know Alireza, he's motivated. He's chasing Fabiano Caruana only half a point behind. He's confident due to the fact that he managed to escape yesterday against the leader with the black pieces. Now with the white pieces, he's definitely going to bring the fire to the chessboard. Guys, back to you in the studio. I cannot wait for these games to begin.
Thank you, Cristian. Two great matchups, to be sure.
Yes.
But tell our viewers, lay the table, tell them what they can expect into today's pairings, Nazi.
Let's take a look at today's matchups. We have Duda against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Again, 2 players who are desperate for a win.
We have Firouzja against Nepomniachtchi. And of course, the biggest matchup, Wesley against Fabiano Caruana.
That could be a tournament decider right there.
We have Giri against Deac.
A struggling Ding, I might add.
And Rapport against Deac.
Richard Rapport, he's on the outside looking in. If Wesley doesn't win, and Richie, you know what I mean, very exciting. And hard fights, big fights, in fact. And what are they fighting for? I was about to ask about the prize fund, but I think we're just going to jump to the playing hall. All right, what are they fighting for, Nazi?
All right, the players fighting for a lot of money.
Yeah.
The prize fund for this event is $350,000. And the first place winner is going to get $100,000. Second place, $65,000. Third, $48,000.
Wonderful, handsome prize fund, as you can see. Prizes all the way down to 10th final position. The Grand Chess Tour points up for grabs. Anyone who can win the tournament clear first gets a bonus Grand Chess Tour points, so they would get 13. A tie for first, and they start sharing 12 Grand Chess Tour points. The player who has the most at the end of the tour wins 100,000 bonus. So grab your Grand Chess Tour points early. And we have the opening ceremonial first move. I'm going to guess a football player.
Football manager.
Football manager.
Very close.
Adrian. Wow. Looks like he played that with authority. Former football player. If it's just me, I don't know, but it sure looks like there's a lot more cameras on stage, a lot more TV cameras on stage. It seems like the Romanian press has discovered our Uniting Minds Superbet tournament.
They're excited because there's only 3 rounds left.
Right?
And they can't miss out on the action.
Exactly. Now, yesterday, Nazi, what did you think about the interview with Wesley? Wesley really looked defeated, unhappy. He misjudged the final position badly, and it was a shock.
Right, these players rarely, if ever, make mistakes. So when they do, it's shocking to them.
Right.
So,
And rarely make the judgment mistakes. I
so
mean,
we'll see if he recovers from that quickly.
what goes through your mind when you know you left points on the table and it's the next day? Are you still carrying the previous round with you?
I'm trying really hard not to.
Right.
It's in the back of my mind.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to not think about it, but it is there.
It is there. Var, what do you advise your students who might have missed an opportunity the day before?
The main thing I think is just try to forget about it and just try to take this as it's like the round 1, new game completely, and just take it from there. Otherwise, if you just look back and think about it during the game, it probably will affect your play in that particular matchup.
Exactly, exactly. But we can't help it.
Easier said than done.
Exactly.
Yeah, of course.
Emphasize Wesley, 1/2 point behind Fabi with the white pieces. If ever you need a win, now's a good time.
These 2 players have 29 classical draws.
That's
amongst them,
amazing.
between them.
They're head to head. How even they were, 5-4. That was just barely in Wesley's favor. Kind of remarkable
Yes.
when you think about Fabi as being a challenger. By the way, talking about Wesley having missed something, Fabi too.
Fabi, yes.
Fabi too. He's kind of injured. There was a little conversation going on there between Richard and Deac as Richard informed the opening ceremonial first move. Go ahead, play d4. Richard left it on the board. Deac said, I want you to play it. I don't want that football manager guy coming in here and ruining the game. Take responsibility.
And let's see what opening has Wesley chosen.
Okay. Always interesting to see what move
Guess
order.
we'll see
d4,
on
knight
move
f6,
4.
knight f3.
Here we go, my favorite.
Oh, Catalan, c4, e6, g3. Not a surprise for Fabi, as Wesley often plays the Catalan, but also Nimzo Indian with queen c2, classical. g3, bishop e7, intriguing. No bishop b4 check this time around. Fabi usually likes to play the open Catalan, and earlier in the tournament he faced the Catalan. What do you think he'll have prepared today?
I'm not sure exactly which line he will play, but against Dink, I remember that game was very impressive. He equalized right out of the opening and essentially forced Dink to repeat the moves. He had a nice time advantage as well. But we know Wesley knows this Catalan lines very, very well as well. So now they just played castling. So let's take a look. What is the
alternative?
Lots of theory here, guys. Lots of theory. Castling is by far the most popular move. Queen
Which he has played.
Yeah, queen c2 is another option here. So the question is now if he's going to play knight bd7, he's going to take on c4. These are the main alternatives here.
Exactly.
He took on c4. So we're following the very, again, there are some options here for white in this position. So let's see, queen c2 played
Queen
quickly.
C2, right.
a6.
A6 has been the most go-to move in this position. A2, A4.
Then why choosing between playing a4 or taking on c4 and allowing b5?
Exactly. In my day, the fashion was you play queen takes c4. Extraordinarily enough, and shout out to our friend Genesis Unko, he kind of blazed a trail with a very remarkable move. Bishop d2. Like, what on earth is that? And it's a tricky, trappy move. The idea is that black wants to play c5. But knight b d7 actually runs into the very awkward bishop a5. And you're not getting in the break c7, c5 anytime soon. So bishop d2 used to be really what fashion was all about. Today, a2, a4, I think mostly has superseded queen takes c4. Wouldn't you say, Var?
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of a4 moves we see lately. And now in this position, bishop d7 is actually the very best move here for black to try to play for this idea, bishop c6. And now here Wesley is taking a little pause here, trying to decide which moves to play. Knight e5 is another alternative here. Knight e5, bishop c6, knight takes c6, knight c6. And yeah, you have the bishop c6 ideas. You can play e3 here as well. So he's trying to figure out what to play. This is an interesting moment in a game here. He can also take on c4. Okay, he just took on c4, queen c4, and yeah, against lots of theory here, guys. We have about over 3,000 games played in this position, so still a lot of theory ahead here.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on this one. Let's just jump to the ever creative, inventive. What do you call Richie? He's our go-to guy when you want something strange to appear on the board. Well, d4, knight f6, bishop g5. I'm just having a... Thank you. The trump. How dare I forget Julian Hodgson's favorite Trumpovsky, bishop g5, d5. He didn't take it. How interesting. e2, e3. Waited for the move c5 to take. And, well, I'm not really familiar with this one. I guess it's still theory. Nothing changed there. But bishop b5, I find that move a little bit surprising. Is that the main move in this position, Var?
No, it's not the main move in this position. Let's take a look here. So d takes c5. There are like 400 games. Knight c3, a couple hundred games as well. But after bishop b5, we only have 18 games in a database here.
18?
18, yes. And
wow.
Knight c6 is the main move out of those 18. Bishop d7 is also played. There is a game, Morozevich, Ponomaryov. Looks like Morozevich used to play this as white. And we have a game of Elshan, Moradiabadi against Etienne Bacro as well. Yeah. So, but yeah, looks like Morozevich's pet line. He had a couple of games he played in this with the white pieces.
We do have on the board bishop b5, bishop d7.
Bishop d7.
That's already appeared. And instant capture.
Yes, capture, and here...
He's just getting rid of both of his bishops as soon
as
possible.
he did a great job at trading off his bishops, didn't he? Bishop takes d7, and what's the state of theory, again, on this very off-beaten variation?
Just 4 games played, and looks like you can capture with the queen. You can also capture with the knight. The engines think black doesn't have any problems here, which is not surprising because white really can't achieve that much of an advantage by playing the Trumpovsky. And it's a lot of tempis, as you can see, bishop g5, bishop f6, now bishop b5, bishop. A lot of extra tempis white has spent. There is some advantage on the structure here. They're double pawns, but overall, I think black is fine here.
Okay.
I like to jump to this game, Firouzja against Nepo. I like Alireza's approach. I think, obviously, we all know that Jan is extremely well prepared in the openings.
Right.
So he chose this variation that's not very theoretical and took him out of the book early.
He did. It's it almost feels like a Queen's Gambit declined in reverse, right? Like white's played an early e2, e3. Our friend Artur Yusupov used to make a very, very good living playing in these positions, b2, b3, bishop b2, knight e5. I mean, I don't know how many scalps he won with these very slow building attacking moves. In this case, d5 takes c4, okay, e2, e3, a3. Gosh, now it looks like it's gone into a Queen's Gambit accepted reversed. Are we still in theory as far as Firouzja and Nepo are concerned, Var?
Only one game, actually.
Only one.
Only one game I see in my database. Again, I think Firouzja is just trying to avoid the theory, just, so a little bit more, actually, I was just told in a, more comprehensive database, the chess base, probably there's 6 games. So Lead Chess is just showing one. So it's a one game I have here is Anton Gujaro from Spain against Volokitin, 2 very strong grandmasters, and that game ended in a draw in this position. So knight bd2 was played in this position. So the point of knight bd2 here is that if you capture, you can capture back with the knight to d2 to f3. If you play the move bishop b2, you're allowing this additional option for black to capture your knight and play this bishop e5 move. Try to liquidate the bishops, and this is something that you want to avoid, in my opinion, because it'll be kind of hard to get this c4 move in.
Right.
So that's why I think in that game, Anton played the move knight bd2 first, and a5 was played, and b5, knight e5, and bishop b2. So eventually, white is going to be able to play c4, and engines are showing at this moment a very slight advantage for white.
All right, thank you for that, Var. And let's jump to Bucharest and check in with Cristian.
Thanks, Yaz. Well, I don't know if you guys caught this on camera, but there was a slight incident at the game between Bogdan-Daniel Deac with the black pieces and Richie Rapport. Richie, after making his first few moves, he got off from his seat very, very angry. He started pacing around the playing hall. He went outside. He talked to my father, who is, in fact, one of the arbiters at the competition as well. And he told him that Bogdan is making his moves and slapping the clock, making a lot of noise and disturbing him. So there's some tension in that game. Let's not forget, this is Romania's #1 and #2. They're definitely, fighting for position. There's that rivalry always existent. So this one, quite an interesting moment. Bogdan definitely understood what was happening. The arbiters did not tell him anything. They didn't have to tell him anything, because the next move that he made, he just like gently pressed the clock. Bishop to d7 was that move after the move bishop to b5. We have Trumpovsky on the board in that game. A very, very exciting chess, a very intriguing game, and a lot of tension between these two players.
Imagine the rivalries of #1, #2, national championship, the pride of representing the country in the strongest event to take place in Bucharest, the tensions, right? And sometimes the players just act a little bit childish, I'll just put it like that.
Yeah, and sometimes it's not intentional. I think most of the time it's not.
And it's sort of like from the very beginning, they got, on the wrong track in the sense that, hey, take your, Daniel is telling him to take the move back, and that was the move that was played by the ceremonial. I didn't know, let's start the clock. No handshake too, by the way.
I think they were just confused what to do.
They skipped the handshake.
Yeah, well, Richie's just sitting there and going, before. Okay, nice little pitter-patter aside. I'd like to just jump into the game of Duda versus MVL for a moment, because it's a Queen's Gambit accepted of sorts. The pawn's still on d2, which kind of is a little confounding, but white is preparing to play the break d2, d4. So we have let us say, a reti.
Interesting move order.
Yes, exactly. Move order with bishop takes c4, e6, castles. Now here I would imagine just about everybody plays d4, but nothing's wrong with queen e2, a7, a6. Now if you were going to make something out of this, Queen's Gambit accepted, you kind of would think maybe a4, I don't know, maybe bishop b3, be a little cagey, rook d1. Are you 100% sure that the rook is great on d1? I don't know if it is or isn't. It's certainly theory. b5, and we would expect bishop b3 to land on the board. It's a strange move order, Var, this Queen's Gambit accepted that I'm seeing between MVL and Duda. Who's benefiting?
There are some games I can tell you in this position. I see about 20 plus games in my database here, and evaluation is just equal here. There's a game by Kramnik. He played against Karyakin in this position. So bishop b3 is the main move here. I mean, that's like everybody played that move, and now after bishop b7, at some point you're probably going to have to play the move d4, but you still have options like maybe to delay that for a couple of more moves. Maybe play a4.
Okay.
To put some pressure. The idea is if you somehow force this move b4, you also have the option to play d3 here and try to go knight bd2, knight c4, and maybe play the move d4 at the time that you feel it's the best. You know, maybe even just keep it there for a long time. So that might be what he is trying. Duda is trying to do in this position. But of course, after the move a4, you don't have to play the move b4. The typical move in this position is to play queen b6 and just simply protect the b5 pawn, and it's hard to see how white is going to continue the development by keeping the pawn on d2 here. And if you play a move like d3 here, then it's very passive. I don't really like it because you're not really putting any pressure. Black can just play bishop b7 and castle here. So objectively, there is just no advantage here for white. But it's interesting to see what is Duda going to do here. He's been playing pretty fast here, so I think he might be still in his prep.
We do have, as you suggested, the move a2, a4 on the board, trying to create a little bit of a weakness. Now, I used to play Queen's Gambit accepted quite often as black, and I remember playing against Tony Miles, where I made an attempt to sacrifice the pawn on b5. Tony, of course, didn't accept my gracious offer. AB, rook takes a1, queen takes a1. I don't think you want to get your hand caught in this particular cookie jar, because queen takes, bishop takes, f3 will upset you.
It's strange if the d file was if the pawn was already on d4 and
Yes.
the file was open, that would have never worked.
Exactly.
But with pawn on d2,
Yeah.
black has more ideas here.
Exactly. With the pawn on d2, and again, we do have knight b8 to d7, and I think what Tony did against me is he did something like takes, and knight a3. Although, again, my memory...
That is the best way to play Yasser for
Yeah.
white, and to maybe try to have a small plus, because you're forcing the move b4,
Right.
and knight will go on c4 here.
Exactly.
And at least you have something. You have
Right.
that control of that c4 square. Sometimes it's not much, but at least you have a good square for the knight, and then you can continue with the development, either d4 or even d3 in this position.
Very good. Let's see an ailing world champion, Ding Liren. Now, Anish Giri has played a very quiet tournament, but it's not because he's not been trying to win the games. He's definitely been trying to win the games. Good play has resulted in 6 draws. Now, he looks across the board and he says, you may be world champion, but if you're having a bad tournament, I see potential for a win. Let's see what a wounded...
This is the only e4 game we have today.
Only e4 game, okay. And it's interesting, the two knights. When you grew up as a kid, did you spend any time looking at the fried liver
No.
attack? You know what it is, the right knight to g5, d5 takes. I must have spent 100 hours. I was thrilled by this crazy line where the king goes in the center of the board. And I tell you, it's a lot of weekends, a lot of misspent weekends, I want to tell you, went into the study of the fried liver.
Most kids learn e4, e5 as their first opening.
Right.
But I was taught d4 as first move with white. And then with black against e4, I only pushed the c pawn.
Okay,
So
there you go.
unfortunately, I missed out on all
Yeah,
this fun.
boy, you sure did. I tell you, I could tell you about a warped childhood. You know, bishop c4, knight f6. Now today, I mean, this is a kind of a lesser move. I think bishop c5 has just become so popular, and even I noticed that they're even delaying knight f6 in some cases. They're
Is
playing.
it to avoid knight g5?
I have no idea whether they're trying to get in an early f5, bishop c5, d6, queen e7, bishop e6. I'm not sure. But knight f6, d2, d3, bishop c5. Okay, bishop g5. I was told I don't know if I necessarily subscribe to this point of view. I was told that the move bishop g5 is premature when black hasn't castled. Because if black plays the move g5 and you drop back with the bishop, then black has weakened his king side. If he's castled, that's supposed to be a no-no. But if you play g5 and you castle long, maybe the move g5 is pretty good. But these guys do not make errors early in the opening. So bishop g5, prepared by Anish, c2, c3. Stopping future knight d4s, preparing c3, d4, a7, a5, maybe.
It's a very typical position, except that Anish played bishop g5.
Exactly, which is a little bit off the beaten track. Knight d2, bishop a7, a4, and that, my friends, appears to be the novelty. Is that right, Var? a2, a4, and we're in new territory?
I don't have any games in my database, but the move a5 I wanted to mention earlier, black played. That's a little bit more rare move in that position. The main move here is the move a6. I'll go a couple of moves back here to show you guys. Like this position has been played many, many times, over 200 games in my database, and a6 is by far the most popular move, about 100 games played. A little bit more a compact move, controlling the b5, and then you can go bishop a7. Right. Gives you a little bit more flexibility. Once you put the pawn on a5, you don't have that any longer, because the idea is you want to move the bishop back, but the main idea is you want to control this b4 square to prevent that. And but that leaves you with some light square weaknesses here. So after castle, knight bd2, bishop a7, now a4 was played. And this is actually played in order to avoid this move a4 completely, because at some point you can play, if let's say you castle, there is an idea, not necessarily in this position, but you have this, and this pawn cannot be captured because of the discovery check, bishop takes f2. So this is we saw a similar idea in a game, Firouzja versus Wesley. So but in that position, a4 is played here, and no games in my database here. And again, Anish is playing very fast. He's got 1 hour and 33 minutes still. And Ding is spending some time here. So definitely Anish is more comfortable, I think, out of the opening.
Well, his prep speaks for itself. But and in their head-to-head, 4-2 in favor of Anish Giri.
Yes, and I didn't realize they played each other so many times.
21 draws as well. They've also, of course, played lots of rapid and blitz, but that's an impressive classical score by Anish Giri. Very, very good. If I can pick your brain for just a second here, Var. Again, boldly stating the obvious, I was told that don't play bishop g5 too early. Wait for the guy to castle first. So it makes it more awkward for the second player to play the move g7, g5. Obviously, Anish disagrees with that rule of thumb. Has it been a rule of thumb for you?
Well, I've been a d4 player all my life, so I actually never, I only played like a couple of e4 games in my career, so not as familiar with this type of positions. But I've heard that before also, that you want to wait for castling, because oftentimes in these positions, black can play the move g5, and he's not afraid that his king is going to be under attack later on. So perhaps we might see something like that happening here. Ding is considering it, because if you castle into this pin, then you're going to have to worry about how am I going to unpin this pin, because your bishop is all the way on a7.
Right.
If it was somewhere on c5, sometimes you play, if the pawn is on d7, you play bishop e7 back. I've seen that idea before. So I think Ding is considering what to play. Let me show you a couple of the key moves here black can try to do here. Queen e7 is one alternative to try to wait a little bit to see what is white going to do. And after you castle, this move g5 is a possibility here. You play g5, attacking the bishop. Bishop goes back on g3, and then you play the move bishop d7. Just trying to complete your development. And again, you're not sure yet where you're going to castle here, whether you're going to castle long, but you're waiting to see what is white going to do in this position. So, but while I was showing you this, Ding just made the move, and he castled.
Wow.
So he castled into the pin, and here h3. h3 is a possibility here for white, is one option. But again, white can play many different moves here. Back to you guys.
Yeah, well, sorry, Var, I'm just going to stay with you again and pick your brain because I'm thinking about that pin, and help me out here. There's no way to break the pin other than playing the move G7, G5. And that comes with some very serious consequences, especially as I haven't castled with white. Let me just bring that game of Ding Liren up on my board for just a second. So again, if you don't play G7, G5, this pin, you know, just stays there the whole time. Now, I saw that the engine liked the move H3. I don't know if that's a prelude to G4 or not.
Avoiding bishop G4, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, after H3, you have a few different ways you can play. One option is to play bishop E6.
Bishop E6?
Yes.
Okay.
The pin is still there, but you don't have to worry about it right away. There is no like immediate danger at the moment, at least. And one idea after H3 is this move, Yasser. Knight goes on H2 with a direct idea to jump in on G4. And this is very interesting how Black tries to solve the problem of this pin, actually. Knight B8 is a playable move. You're going to waste a couple of tempis, but you're going to try to bring the knight on D7. So knight G4, B8. And you go knight BD7 here. And this looks okay for Black. Queen E2, for example, you play Queen E7.
I don't know, Nazi. Do you get the feeling that this is modern chess? This is different type of chess than what you studied?
It's making me uncomfortable for Black.
I know, right? That pin. But okay, it still exists. But knight B8 and knight D7. Well, we'll definitely keep our eye on this intriguing game as it unfolds. I wanted to go to Wesley So versus Fabi because, again, two extraordinarily well-prepared opening theoreticians, and you saw in their head-to-head just how close they are at the very, very top there. Okay, when we left it here. Bishop C6, very well-known attempt at neutralizing this long diagonal. From Black's perspective, please don't do anything. Please don't move. Let me play the move knight D7. Let me play the move bishop D5, which will come with a gain of tempo. And then the moment I play C5, I've equalized.
Yes.
That's it. That's what's on Black's agenda, and White naturally wants to prevent Black from successfully playing the move C7, C5, bishop G5, developing, knight C3, H6, takes. Well, that makes it that much harder to play C5 now that the knight is on F6.
I think if Black retook on F6 with the bishop, then White can play E4.
Right, and then you start to kind of get a little bit worried that this bishop might be in some danger.
So that's why
knight takes
on F6. That does allow knight E5, which I think came later. Yes.
Immediately. Bishop takes G2, king takes G2, bishop B4. I see from my database that the players are still in theory, and how does the engine evaluate the position? Again, this is their life, and you just see this extraordinarily close score. 5 wins, 4 losses, 29. That's a lot of draws. Wow.
Have you ever played anyone this many times?
No. I think the player I played the most was like Victor Korchnoi, like something like 25, and Jan Timman, something like 25. We just didn't play as frequently as the guys of today play against each other. And I know at one time we were all like unbelievably stunned by Kasparov and Karpov because they played 100 games and more with one another. They played 5 World Championship matches with one another. And they played, I think, about 130 games, actually. And the scores were incredibly, incredibly close. But nobody else was even close to those two guys.
I don't think anyone's ever going to break the record.
Exactly. It's something like a perpetual opponent. But again, you saw just there how frequently the players do play. Var, jump in and tell us about the current position. How do the engines evaluate what has happened thus far? And the position, I mean.
At the moment, it's just a very, very slight advantage for White. The last move played by Fabiano might be a little bit of a surprise for Wesley because the main move in that position is the move C6. instead of the move bishop b4. Bishop b4 still played. There are a couple of games in the database, but let me show you some of the possibilities after the move c6.
Right.
So because that's more like a main move and very natural move, just very solid move to control this d5 break, to make sure white can never play the move d5. And again, this was played by Lenier Dominguez, superstar from India, Gukesh, and it's very solid structure here. White usually plays e3, then you can play the move queen b6, and very hard to break through because black doesn't have any weaknesses. So I like this position for black. But Fabiano played the move bishop b4, and here we see the first thing for Wesley here. He's trying to figure out what to play here. So if you try, let's see if you can play this move d5, for example, because it looks like it's a logical move to do to open up the d file. But the black has few options here. You can actually take on c3, and this will lead to a queen sacrifice. D takes e6, bishop takes e5, rook takes d8, and now you have to capture with the f rook, because if you capture with this rook, you're going to lose the rook after the move e7. So you have to be careful. So you take with rook f to d8. Now e takes f7 check, king f8. And very important that queen c5 is now winning the bishop because you have the move bishop d6. So at this point, evaluation is all zeros, but lots of dynamics I can see here. And eventually, I think black will pick up this f7 pawn, but overall, it's dynamic equality here. Another option here is after the move d5, you also can play this move queen d6. Very concrete, attacking the knight on e5, and white needs to retreat with this knight to f3, and then you can try to equalize the game with the move queen a6, and after the capture you can take with the rook, and this looks okay for black. The bishop is very strong on b4.
Exactly. It's interesting that you got that material imbalance of a queen for rook, bishop, and knight. The very same material imbalance that Wesley had against Ding Liren, and the computer liked the pieces in that particular game. In this particular position, white has this pawn on f7, rather large majority on the king side and in the center, but no c7, c6, Var. Instead, bishop b4 on the board. Is there, well, it's kind of funny. I'm looking at this. The knight on e5 is pretty.
Yes.
It doesn't really attack anything unless I am, like Var saying, playing some tactical slugfest with knight f7 or knight g6. I'm not that sure the knight's that great. So I would kind of be attracted myself to the move knight d3. I guess I have to
Take.
wonder,
Yeah.
make a judgment call. Is white better in this particular ending? Excuse me.
Queen takes.
Check. Yes, exactly. Queen takes.
Black can probably take with either, but let's take a look at knight takes d5.
Okay, that's a tempo, sure. I guess prepping e4, prepping c4. I'd be happy if you put your knight on b6. If you did play knight to b6, then you're inviting me to play knight c5, which is kind of nice because I get to defend the a4 pawn while also tickling the pawn on b7. I'm just going to make an assumption that I'm slightly better with white, but the move bishop b4, when Fabi plays his openings, he does a lot of this stuff for very concrete reasons. Bishop b4, are you trying to capture the knight on c3? What's the deeper idea behind bishop b4, Var?
I think after knight d3 is actually one of the top moves for white here. I think he will play the move bishop e7 because that line that you were showing, Yasser, after bishop c3, let me show you here. So b takes c3, queen d5, queen takes d5. If you take with the knight, guys, after c4, white has a pretty nice advantage in the endgame because you cannot play knight b4. I can just capture.
Oops.
And then you're losing the b4 pawn. So that doesn't work. And if you have to retreat after c4, then I have a complete control of the center. So this is a very pleasant advantage. And if you take with the pawn, I think this is a very important idea. In order to obtain an advantage, you need to try to play this move c4 here. So in particular, I like this move first. You can also play knight e5 and try to play for the quick c4 here. in this position. Then you can use the b file later on. So let's say if you play c6, you can just play c4, and after exchanging, you will have pressure on this b7 pawn here. So this is a slightly better position for white here.
Space.
So,
very nice.
That's why after knight d3, I think I expect to see Fabi play the move bishop e7. And yeah, sometimes you can even get this pawn to e4 here, but then I played c6. And then you have to worry about, when you put the pawn on e4, you have to worry about this pawn hanging, and also in some positions, d4 pawn will be hanging. Let's say when I play the move queen b6, rook f8. In the meantime, black, once again, has got this super solid position that is going to be very hard to break through.
All right, thank you for that, Var. And as always, we really enjoyed your comments. Join the discussion, stump our panel of experts with your questions. How do people get in touch with us, Nazi?
You can send us tweets using hashtag Superbet Chess Classic, or you can tag Grand Chess Tour. And you can also use YouTube and Twitch to send us your comments and questions on St. Louis Chess Club channel.
And let's send it over to Bucharest and Cristian.
Thanks, Yazia. I just want to give you guys a rundown of a couple of games that I'm having my eyes on and what's happening in the playing hall. And I'm going to start with this game between Alireza and Jan. At the beginning of the show, I said that Jan is definitely been besting Alireza in their head-to-head in general, 4-1 as of right now, and even last year with the black pieces in the Superbet Chess Classic. I believe that was a Scotch, if I remember it correctly. Alireza essayed the Scotch, unfortunately backfired and lost that game. But right now he's taking a completely different approach, and he's shying away from any sort of theoretical discussion. He started off with d4, knight f6, knight f3, d5, and now e3. He's more or less taking a page from Ding Liren's book from the World Championship match when he played the London, just very innocuous stuff in the opening, trying to get Nepo out of the opening. He's not expecting to get an advantage, but he's expecting to get a fresh position, one that perhaps Nepo did not deeply analyze at home, and this is exactly what he got in this game. Check it out. e3, c5, bishop e2, knight c6. And now we have this move, a bishop to g4. And this is something, a tendency that I've spotted from Nepo. He's trying to play very concrete lines, even against this type of e3, d4, kg solutions for white. So unfortunately, sometimes this type of concrete lines can backfire, putting the bishop on h5, perhaps not the best placed piece. And now we see this position, a bishop to b2, rook to d8. This is the last move we have, but I'm looking at the game right now. What if I just simply go c4? Just the typical way to try to open up the center. c4, attack the pawn on d5. If you go castle, sure, you can do that. But now I have options, right? I can take on d5. I can also play b5. I can push my pawns on the queen side and make life harder for your pieces. I'm seeing a slight advantage for white. And my bishop on b2, that monster on the long diagonal, just doesn't have a counterpart. The bishop on d6, it's not very well placed. Sure, it's looking towards h2, but what are you attacking on h2? How are you going to create that very dangerous battery on the b8, h2 diagonal? You're not going to be able to do that as black. So your pieces are just not in their optimal spots. I'm looking at the position and I'm seeing a slight edge for Alireza, and definitely a practical edge for Alireza. And I have to say, I like what I'm seeing from him out of the opening. Let's take a look at what's happening in this game, the game that we were discussing between Richie Rapport and Bogdan-Daniel Deac, the battle of the Romanians in this one. And we remember, it started off with some tension. After the first move was made, Bogdan was pointing to the d-pawn and saying, hey, move the pawn back, move the pawn back. You're not allowed to start the game with a move played by somebody else. Quite a funny occurrence. It's probably for the first time that I'm seeing this. But things have calmed down, and this is what we have right now. We have the Trompowsky, there is this knight on e1. I really like what Richie has been doing for the last few moves. We see this move c3, knight to d2, knight to f3, and knight to e1. You're wondering, where is that knight going? You've been moving with that knight quite a few times. Well, it's headed towards d3. That is the optimal square in the position, and this is probably what I'm expecting to see from these players. Bogdan played king to h8. Make use of the fact that your g7 pawn is on f5. The g file is open. You might as well try to take advantage of that, create some chances, create some counterplay. At the same time, where is the counterplay? On the g file, sure, you can do that. Knight to d3, rook to g8, but then I just simply go g3. How do you attack me? How do you continue the attack? This is an interesting dance between the pieces and between the structure. White would love to play the move f4 and just kill the bishop on h6, close it up. The problem is take full advantage of the fact that you have so much control over that e5 square as white. The problem is that once you play the move f4, so let's just make some random moves. Let's say queen to e7 and now you play f4. You're giving up one critical square in the position, and that is the square e4. And unfortunately, you cannot afford to do that because I'm just simply going to jump with the knight immediately, knight to f6, knight to e4, and that knight on e4 is going to be untouchable. You don't want to exchange that because after that, the pawn on e4 would be deadly, and also that knight on e4 is looking towards both sides of the board. Maybe I can launch a minority attack, b5, a5, b4, or maybe I can sacrifice that knight at some point on g3 and try to get to your king. So you cannot allow to do that. As white, you have to keep the pawn on f2. If you keep the pawn on f2, then where is your plan? And this is what I'm trying to understand in the position. I think this is a very cagey position, and white is going to take it slow. He's going to play g3, let's say, knight to f4, the other knight to f4, knight from e2 to f4. Keep the knight on d3. That's the best place you have. That's the best piece you have in the position. Put some pieces on the e file, queen to e2, rook to e1, and then try at some point to exchange a pair of knights and leave one of your knights against the bishop on h6, which doesn't have any targets in the position. I think this is the strategical plan for a white, and I think it gives him a slight edge, though still a very tense game between these two Romanian players.
Thank you, Cristian. Sorry, I was just so anxious to turn your attention to the game between Anish, Giri and Liren, because we've been talking about this pin of the bishop on h4, of the knight on f6, and the queen on d8. And as black, I was always told, don't do this, don't allow this, don't castle, because one day you're going to play g5. Now, we saw that, well, actually, knight b8 and maybe knight d7 is a way potentially for Liren to solve this rather annoying, let's face it, pin. Instead, he played the move g5. Now, I was always told that these sacrifices, it's a piece for two pawns, are actually really, really, really dangerous. When I'm not castled, that is to say, when my king's not on the king side, normally, black sometimes, king g7, normally black sometimes he gets to play rook h8 and rook h4, and somehow he deals with this pin. But in such a case, I could play h4, and the fact that I haven't castled means that you're not solving the problem, the problem bishop on g5. Queen f3, and okay, it's not overwhelming attack instantly. Obviously, I still need to play the move f2, f4 to get more pressure.
White actually has another idea because they haven't castled yet.
Yes.
White can very quickly bring the knight over. Knight f1, knight g3, going to h5.
Ooh, well, knight f1, knight g3. Seriously, right? I mean, if you, the whole question from White's point of view is how can he put more pressure on the f6 knight? And you're absolutely right, Nazi. When you put your knight on g3, you instantly realize bishop takes f6 is lights out. It's over. And, you know, VAR, I'm looking at this position, I'm just saying this, Liren is in trouble. He's in trouble again. Sorry, let me put it that way.
Absolutely, Yasser. I think this g5 move, he probably mixed up something because now he's thinking and he needs to find some really only moves, but still evaluation is in Anish's favor here. I think he's in big trouble here. There's lots of danger here. I will show you some of the best moves now for both sides here, and so we can see how they can get there. So in this position here, after queen f3, you can start with the move rook h8 or bishop e6. It's going to lead to the same thing. So let's say bishop e6. As Nazi mentioned, this knight f1 is the key move in this position.
Nice.
And now rook goes on h8.
Yeah, to stop knight h5.
Yeah, here you can play knight g3, but this knight h5 idea, he's always going to have a rook h5 there, and he will be happy to, let's say, if you take on f6, queen h5. So main idea, knight f1, you actually want to bring it to e3 now, because this will give you some options of with knight d5 or knight g4 later on. So bishop takes c4 is one option here. And now there is this move knight g4. And now you're threatening bishop f6 here. And the only move not to lose the game immediately is this move bishop takes f2.
Wow.
Because if you take with the king, there is some knight e4, queen g5 ideas. So you have to play knight takes. If you take with the queen, you're going to allow the move knight g4. Now black will be actually winning. So, but after knight takes f2, you have to bring the bishop back to e6. White can simply castle. And again, this pin is still remaining. Very strong pin. And oftentimes, to get rid of this pin, black plays the move king g6 to try to put the pressure on the bishop here. And only move for white is h4 to protect the bishop. And now rook h5 with the idea to capture this bishop on g5. But white still has a very strong attack here. Queen g3 is one option to continue the pressure here. And now the king on g6 is also vulnerable. Some very sharp lines here. It's not going to be easy to navigate for both sides, but at the end, white is in the driver's seat here.
Wow, very nice. As well, 3 rounds at the sprint to the finish. There's not much, many games to get back into the contest.
If
here.
Anish were to win this, he would quickly jump and join the litter.
That would be hitting the trampoline for sure, as he would move to +1, and Dingler, the woes of Dingler would really be continuing. In that line you were showing, though, Var, just dropping the f2 pawn, and obviously it's still a nice initiative. I'm looking at this position and I'm saying, you know what? What would be really just a lot of fun is just to do nothing. Just to slowly, like if I'm white, I would find myself attracted to playing moves like castles, h4, rook f1, queen g3, and just say, look, what is your bishop doing? This is your, well, I don't know. What is your extra piece? Your extra piece is the knight on c6. What exactly is it doing? Well, it is not bothering me. Slowly, I'm going to start thinking, how do I get in the move when I'm castled long? How do I get in the moves d4? How do I get in the moves f4? How are you going to deal with queen g3? And it's all on you.
White's position looks so good that it feels like white doesn't need to rush to get the material back or checkmate.
Exactly.
Just keep improving, keep attacking, and black should collapse.
As a defender, that's just terrible when you're sitting there, because you're seeing the ghost, you're seeing the threats. It's sort of like, and your opponent's not ignoring you. Your opponent's going castles and rook f1. He's making all of these preparatory moves. I really think that Ding is under a lot of pressure right now. Are clocks a factor? We were told Anish was playing instantly.
Anish only spent 2 minutes so far.
Right.
And Ding already has spent more than 30 minutes.
30 minutes.
There is one idea, guys, I want to point out. It's that it may look, it's not, it looks like white can do a lot of different things.
Yeah.
But there are some ways that black can try to untangle here. So I'll show you if you play quietly here.
Please.
So for example, in this position, if after bishop e6, let's say you play long castle.
Right.
One idea that he can try to do is to capture on c4.
Okay.
Let's say you take back with a knight.
Right.
And then he plays this move queen e7 with the idea to go queen e6.
Okay.
And that way now there is no longer going to be a pin on that on the queen here, and then he can move the knight. Like for example, here already black is already better here. So you have to really play this knight f1, knight e3 idea pretty quickly, because once the queen is there, then you're already free to move the knight on h7. Then you only have 2 pawns for a piece, which is not going to be that much once I untangle from this pin here. So, for example, you can continue h4, queen e6.
So I can't have my cake and eat it too. I can't just enjoy my position slowly, because you do have a way of unwinding VAR.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah, queen e7, bishop e6. The other, I don't know if it's just me, but the other thing that comes to my mind is when I look at this position with the queen on f3, the king on g7, and I say, you know, if I could teleport Harry the h-pawn to h6, that would be really, really, really good, right? Like if I could, so I'm going to make a very bad move for black. Just if I could just, you know, your king on g7 is defending the knight on f6, and ideas that where you're forced to, you know, step up and, you know, put your head in a noose essentially. As I'm sitting there saying, I don't know, is h4, h5 another attacking ideas, or is it all about knight f1?
No, absolutely. You can play, if black plays a quiet move like that, bishop e6, but he already played bishop e6 actually.
He did play bishop
to try
e6,
to trade that.
yeah,
But
yeah.
h4, h5 is an idea that you have to look for it all the time. So bishop e6 played by Ding, and here actually Anish really needs to find this move knight f1. It's a very, very important move here. I think he will play it to bring this knight to e3. This is very important to have a knight on e3, to have all these options to go to d5, f5, g4. So evaluation is actually a little bit dropping. It was showing more, and now as you can see on the screen, it's dropped a little bit. You really need to run this position on a very strong computer to know the exact evaluation. Now you see it's jumping up again here. Again, it's an advantage for white, but a lot of complicated lines ahead that players have to navigate.
Explain for a second to our audience, because you said the engine evaluations jumping up and down, and explain to our audience why that happens. Why doesn't the computer just stop at a moment? You've got 1.2 there.
As you can see here, we have the evaluation. Here we have the depth. The depth is very important. Deeper it is, it's more likely it's got the most accurate evaluation here. So see, it's on 23 out of 26 right now. So the stronger machines will get to this depth much faster and will give you the 100% evaluation here. That's why we see some fluctuation here, and that's why it was 0.7, 0.9, 1.2. So again, on a very powerful machine, if you put this and let it run for 1 or 2 minutes, you might get a different evaluation here. So I'm told on a more powerful machine that our colleague Darius has on, it's about +2 right now, the evaluation.
+2?
Yes.
Okay,
So,
wow. And by the way, knight f1, or did knight f1 get
Not
played?
yet, not yet. Anish is thinking right now,
Sure.
and
It may have played it. No, he did not. I apologize. Yeah. But
So-
knight f1 is the key move.
absolutely, yeah.
Is the key move.
Knight f1 with idea to bring the knight on e3 again. You have a rook h8 here. You also have king h6. King g6. We didn't look at king g6, I think. King g6, now your move, Yasser, needs to be played.
Okay.
Absolutely only move h4 to have an advantage. And here we see an attempt to try to protect f6. This idea we saw in another variation, much more calm situation than this we had, that he could have tried to protect the pin. But now, rook h3. Look at this move.
Okay, that's a visual.
Yeah. Now.
That's not an easy move to
Now you're threatening rook g3.
Yeah.
And if you take, this is just completely winning after pawn takes. Now, on top of the pin, you also have huge problems on your light squares here. So knight bd7, and now he can simply increase the pressure by knight h2, knight g4. You have queen f5, and you're just down a rook here, but black is just completely busted in this position.
Well, he's so tied up. You know, personally, I just hate being in pins. I mean, I just have this feeling of physical helplessness that I just despise. So grandmasters hate to be in pins, and world champions no exception. But
Looks like
he's
Anish is
deliberately
trying
played
to
in
calm himself down because he must be so excited.
Oh, very, very much so.
He has this amazing chance to defeat the world champion.
Well, I have to say, if you think about his preparation for a moment and the fact that he had like 1 hour and 33 minutes after, say, a dozen moves, and he's playing all of these moves without castling. So he's thinking, maybe I can catch a very big fish. I can catch a very big fish by delay castles, and I can play knight takes g5. Imagine my opponent falls into my net. Well, is it a real trap? So I have to believe that Anish is very familiar with this exact position, and that knight f1 has been on his home computer.
Yeah, even if he wasn't exactly in this position, he has seen very similar positions with knight f1.
Exactly, exactly. And he works very, very, very hard. His chessable courses are lauded for their precision, and he works really, really hard in his opening. So knight f1, we'll keep an eye on this one, but it sure's looking good. Alireza Firouzja versus Nepo, big key match. c2, c4 takes. You don't want to recapture with the knight. I think I must have fallen for some cheapos like this like 20 times in my career. Not just once, not just twice, not just thrice, but you don't want to fall for that. So you want to get out of that pin so that you can play on your next turn knight takes c4 or
Here,
b5, please.
I'm tempted with black to just throw the pawn with c3.
Yes.
Just
Since you can't keep
Yeah.
it, you're not going to be able to keep it, you might as well be irritating.
Yeah, exactly. Because bishop on c3 is not ideally placed.
Right. You
It
can
can be
later
attacked,
make a
yes.
tempo, but please. But you.
Yeah,
you-
so I think black should start with c3 and then just castle.
Okay.
But white does look like they have a pleasant advantage.
Yeah, and for me, I mean, I would be the one asking you a salient question. I would be the one saying, okay, if I drive your knight away, maybe
you can
so back here, I understand what you mean about c4, c3 in the sense that you can misplace my piece a little bit. I'm not sure if I should be playing bishop f3 or not, but one move that I'd probably be tempted to play is simply to stop you
I think I'll
maybe
still
from
play
playing.
b5.
Yes, that was the question. Would you still play b5?
Because
And
I really don't want to allow black to play b5.
true, I'm not sure a6 pawn, but yeah, I get you. Takes. It just feels like the two bishops. One day, the moment you win back this pawn on c4, feels like white should be the one pushing the action. Wesley So versus Fabi. When we left it, we saw Fabi playing the move bishop b4, and Wesley didn't play knight d3 or anything like that. He said, you know what, e2, e3 is one of those.
Typical Catalan move.
Yeah, and it's a useful tempo. And sometimes I can reroute the queen. The queen may not be ideal on c4, but on f3 protects my king and maybe patrols the diagonal. e3, c7, c6, a move that Varuzhan was pointing out that is very common. Queen c4. Now, knight d3 and queen takes b7, maybe on white's agenda. Black defends the b7 pawn, and I think we're caught up to the players. Looks very, very solid to me, Var. I don't see white as having much of anything, actually.
Absolutely, yes, sir. Black is very, very solid. I wouldn't be completely surprised if we see some type of repetition soon. Knight c3, bishop b4, knight a2. It's really hard to see how Wesley can really crack this position. Black has no weaknesses here, and evaluation is also all zeros here at the moment. Let's just look at a couple of options here for Wesley if he's trying to play for a win. If you play the move knight c3, this is going to be met most likely by the move bishop b4. Bishop is very annoying here, blockading the b file, and also very strong here. So in order to remove this bishop, you really need this move knight a2. Let's say you don't want to repeat, you want to play the move rook ac1, just to continue playing here. And here, black has a few options here. Even a move like b5 is a possibility now because of the tactic we have. If you take on b5, pawn takes b5, and you cannot take the pawn because your king is on a bad square here, and there is a move queen b7 check, and picking up the knight on b5.
Sure.
So there are some ideas like this that he needs to also consider. The move b5, again, not necessary to play this move. You can also just play queen c7 and sit on the position, but it's an interesting alternative to play b5. Most likely, white will have to play knight e5 here, put pressure on c6, but after you play this move b5, this is an excellent square for your queen to go to. Now you're threatening to play the c5, essentially forcing white to go back to g1 here. And the game continues here from here on. There are, of course, also some risk when you play a move like b5 because you created some weakness here as well. But black has bishop d6 now. Try to eliminate the knight. And if you take on b5, bishop takes e5, pawn takes, and you can play knight d7 here, putting pressure on e5. And you're pinned, actually. That's why you cannot really take on c6 here. So this is kind of complicated, but it looks like black is fine here in this position as well. Rook ac1 has just been played by Wesley, and here Fabiano needs to decide what to do here. He has a couple of options here. e5 is a possibility here as well, which is a typical idea. You look for c5 and look for b5. After a4, a5, a4 inclusion, sometimes you don't want to play c5 because of the b5 square. It's really weak, but this e5 is absolutely fine move, and a good idea to try to completely equalize the game.
Thank you, Var. And as we prepare for our first break, that means that we should check in to our good friends at Q Boutique and see what specials they may have for you today. Let's take a look-see. What do we have? We have presented the newest edition of this St. Louis Chess Club Polo. And it is not to be missed. Polos are 100% polyester and feature an outstanding durable rubberized logo of the St. Louis Chess Club on the front. Available in men's and women's styles and in 7 different colors. Wow. Do all your shopping at qboutiquestl.com and make us proud. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
Meet me at the Muni in Forest Park.
The Muni's premiere season bursting with comedies, romance, and magic begins June 12th with the Muni premiere of Beautiful, the Carole King musical. The epic summer continues with Disney's Beauty and the Beast, Chess, West Side Story, Little Shop of Horrors, Rent, and Sister Act.
Meet me at the Muni in Forest Park.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuzhan Akobian. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Cairns-Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. These are our standings after 6 rounds of play. Nazi, do the honors, please.
All right, we have Fabiano Caruana leading the tournament with 4 points, and then closely following Firouzja and Rapport just half a point behind.
The chasing pack. And Anish Giri on the outside looking in. He's got chances as MBL also on 50%. But for us, I mean, we're just looking at Liren's struggles. We can all empathize. I mean, he just won the World Championship. Doubtlessly, he's exhausted, as is Nepo. On the other hand, a lot of us, including myself, we were optimistic that both those players, champion and challenger, would be coming into this tournament full of vim and vigor, anxious to prove that all of their preparation was not for naught and to, excite the chess fans of the world. Liren
But
is
never
suffering.
underestimate the physical component that plays in chess.
Exactly.
If you're physically tired, it affects your mental state as well.
Absolutely. Well, as we see our weekend crowd in Bucharest. Now, keep in mind that this is full house. This is the playing hall, but keep in mind that there are other activities that are going. There's a media center. There will be a commentary room. There'll be VIP rooms. So this is just all within the Grand Hotel Bucharest, and the playing hall looks to be a little bit packed. I was kind of impressed what Cristian said, that his father got Richard Rapport was a little bit annoyed and started rapping with his father, and then Cristian said, "Well, my father's an arbiter." I go, okay, it's a family of chess players there. But let's just jump into the Liren position for a moment, because it's bishop e6, and much to my great surprise, Anish Giri has taken his time to play what we think is an absolutely crucial move that fits into everything that White is trying to do. And it's a little bit hidden. It's not intuitively obvious that you want to play this move, knight f1, but Nasi, you pointed out.
You want to play it, but you're not sure if you should do it right away.
In what move order? Should I play castles? Is that important? But as you were pointing out, Nasi, once you put the knight on f1, and once you put the knight on g3,
or e3,
or
as
e3,
pointed out,
you've got bishop takes f6, check, and knight h5, check ideas. Or just, again, as you was about to say, knight to e3. You don't really want to capture this knight and allow f takes and suddenly the open f-file. So this knight, the key move is that the knight on d2 does nothing.
Yes.
Bring it into the attack, knight f1. That's what it's all about. Fabi, by the way, who leads the competition, is playing his closest pursuer, Wesley So, and word on the street is they're repeating the position.
Or more like Fabio just offered a repetition, or Wesley, I guess, with move knight c3.
Right,
h5,
back. Knight c3, bishop b4.
So if Wesley plays knight a2,
then we'll see the bishop drop back to d6. I think this is a case, not so much that Wesley has a fantastic position and he should be playing on, but this is a case that Wesley was shaken by his error in judgment yesterday. He acquiesced to a repetition in a position where he was material advantage, but he thought the game was balanced, whereas the engines were going, no, you have a huge +2 advantage.
Even if we ignore yesterday's result, he just didn't get any advantage in the opening today.
That is true.
And he can definitely play on, but position is very equal.
Yes, I don't dispute that at all. Alireza versus Nepo. Alireza, he had a brace of wins, back-to-back wins, after starting with a loss. Then he went up against Fabi. And it was, again, one of these number one in the tournament versus number 2. Could Firouzja continue a streak? Not at all. In fact, Fabi had Alireza up against the wall and let him go. Now, today, the question is, can Alireza snap back? As he, again, you play against Nepo, and you think to yourself, draws an excellent result against Nepo. But if you look at the cross table, you see that Nepo's doing very badly.
Yes.
He's not
Just
his
like
self. Just like
Dink.
yeah. So let's catch up with the play. C3, your move from your lips to Nepo's ears. Bishop takes C3, castles. Now here I was getting myself all excited about the prospects of playing for B5. Queen takes A7. While we were on break, we were looking at some lines, and okay, there were reasons why maybe capturing the pawn wasn't ideal. Knight C4 was Alireza's move. Knight E4, attacking the bishop on C3. Bishop dropped back, and that was one of the reasons why you wanted to play C4, C3,
Exactly.
was that tempo is always on tap. And, well, again, White is eyeballing an opportunity to play for B5.
I'm just realizing now, when we were
Yeah.
discussing B5 earlier,
Yes.
we only looked at knight B8, but
That's-
there was a knight E5 option as well,
There was a Knight E5 option. Okay.
because
Thank
bishop on
you.
E2 is
Right.
yes.
There is a pin.
So maybe that's why Firouzja played knight C4 first.
So Queen takes
You're still going to
A7.
take.
Hey, that's what I do for a living. I mean, you know, just trying to fill up my house with furniture.
I want to play bishop C5 and knight D5 at the same time.
Right? You get your choice. You don't get to do both. But bishop C5 and
Right.
knight D5 at the same time. Well, knight D5, unfortunately,
Right.
probably just lets me off the hook a bit.
So
Bishop
I'm going to start with
C5.
bishop C5.
And I'll probably take a step back.
Oh, wait a
Again, you
minute.
don't have rook takes d2.
I had rook A8. I forgot about rook A8.
At what moment?
Right here, rook A8.
Rook a8. You force my queen in this case into the center of the board with the move queen d4. Intriguing. I'm not 100% sure. Alireza played knight c4. Looks okay. Bishop c2. Bishop b2. Now, there is this move knight g5. Could that be an annoying move?
Actually, let me jump in here, guys.
Please,
This
Var.
knight c4 was inaccuracy. In
An
fact, now-
inaccuracy?
yes. In fact, now black is actually absolutely fine here.
Right.
So in this position, I will show you the key moment here. Instead of the move knight c4, he had to play this move rook fd1, which actually makes a lot of sense. You want to bring the rook into the game, and this other rook to c5, and only after that you want to be able to play moves like knight c4, perhaps put the bishop on b2 first. And here, actually, white has a pretty nice advantage here.
Oh, wow.
It's like a half a pawn advantage here because this rook is actually misplaced here. In order to bring this rook into the game, you have to waste another tempo to play rook c8 and then to play rook fd1. Here would have been a nice edge here for white here. But the move knight c4, the problem is exactly what you mentioned, Yasser, this move knight g5 here.
Uh-huh.
And you cannot take on g5 because e2
Bishop
is
E2.
hanging.
Right.
So you can take on d6 here, but then rook takes d6.
Not even bishop f3, but rook takes d6 right away, yeah?
Yeah, right away. And again, you're threatening to take on f3. And if, let's say, you play the move b5, then actually knight takes f3 is one option. You can also play bishop f3, but takes...
I'd get worried if I was white.
Yeah, now the pawn structure is ruined, and you have the move queen g5 check.
Yeah,
Now,
no, I'm getting worried here for...
If you play king h1, there is even the move knight e5 now comes in.
Right.
Queen f5, lot of pressure here. Perhaps after this move you have to play queen g4. And now if take, actually I like this endgame. I think white is a little bit better.
But, by the way, sorry to disturb you there, Var, but the game between Wesley and Fabi, the players, are repeating.
So
And we do expect a draw to be agreed soon. Please continue, and
Yeah.
there you have it.
let's stay on this just so we can see them making the draw.
The handshake.
And now,
There's
okay.
the hearty hand clasp. Done deal. Done deal.
Great result for Fabi because Wesley was one of the players who was chasing him. So easy draw with the black pieces. Pieces is good result for him definitely.
No question about it, especially in the head-to-head. 5 wins for Wesley, 4 losses for Wesley, but 29 draws. I mean,
And now 30 draws.
And now 30. Let's make it an even 30. Back over to
Just
you.
one more the
Queen
cute moment here in this position after Queen G5 check, Queen G4. It looks like white is a little bit better, but there is this clever move, Knight E5.
Nice.
And if you take Bishop E5, Queen takes E5, and
Queen
black might
takes
be even a little
G5,
bit better
Knight
here. And if
F3.
you play Queen G5 here, actually, you're going to be down a pawn in this endgame. So again, a small detail here, but this move Knight C4 actually in accuracy, and looks like now if Jan finds this move Knight G5, he has been spending a lot of time actually, probably one of the only games in this tournament where he's behind on the clock, 15 minutes. He is definitely considering this move Knight G5. Another option he can try to do is this move Bishop B8, because this will give some options with the move Queen C7 to create some attacking options. It's possible he's considering to play this move as well.
That's an attractive move, I must say. Bishop B8 to make that battery of Queen C7.
Yeah, and white can play Rook A D1,
Queen
and then
C7.
Rook takes D1. And here you have, you can capture actually, if you capture with the Rook, there is an interesting tactic here. Bishop takes F3, a little bit unusual, that's why I want to point out. You have this move Knight F2.
C4 Knight is
And
hanging.
C4 Knight is unprotected, so if you take back, now there is a Queen H4 check, King G1, Queen takes C4, picking up the pawn. But even here, I think looks like white can probably bail out after the move Bishop C6. You don't really want to allow this, but it looks like you will be okay here. Take and maybe Bishop D4, because the queenside pawns are really weak here. But again, this is something you don't want to allow here. So again, Jan is thinking, taking a long think here. He has 2 good options here. Knight G5, which I think is very natural. He probably would play that, or the move Bishop B8 if he wants to keep the pieces on the board.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Var. I have a question for you, Nazi.
Yes.
Imagine you have Nepo's position. You kind of like Nepo's position as black. You feel pretty comfortable, and you have 2 great options. Bishop B8, because you got this Queen C7 battery, and away you go. And you got Knight G5. Oops, I should bring up so 2 great options. Bishop B8 with the idea of Queen C7, or Knight G5, exploiting this pin. How do you come to the determination of which one do you make? Do you do a flip of a coin? No. You calculate? What do you do? How do you break it down?
Situations like this,
Yes.
players will go with their gut.
Yeah,
So both are definitely good options. So it's personal preference, right?
that's exactly it.
Yes. For me, keeping the queens and as many pieces on the board possible is a better option.
You like?
Yeah, I like more pieces on the board.
Okay.
So Bishop B8 would be my choice.
Would be your choice, just because as a player, you're happy to be the one with the initiative, happy to be
Yes.
the one with attack, a board full of pieces. I'm more of an endgame player. I like simplified positions where I'm better, pawn up, very important. And so I might find myself attracted to Knight G5. I would, I mean, Bishop B8 is one of those moves where, I really like the move, but I might convince myself that the rook will, who knows, even if I pay a visit on H2, I may not come back with a big reward. So I would find myself drawn to Knight G5. I want to turn our attention to Ding Liren, because it took him a lot longer than we thought.
26 minutes.
That's a long thing. But Anish Giri did find the right move. Knight F1, and Var jumped right in. How is our world champion going to survive what looks like a very unpleasant attack?
Absolutely, yeah, very unpleasant. He has to play a lot of accurate moves here, but Anish did find this move Knight F1 after a long think here. Let's see what is the best options here for Ding in this position here. So he can play the move King G6. This is another idea in this position. He can try to attack the bishop, and you have to play the move H4 here to protect your bishop. And here, this idea, Rook H4, Rook H3, Rook G3 is also coming it's very strong. So you need the move Knight B8. I want to show you some lines. It's not easy to play the move Knight B8. So let's say if you play another move, Rook G8. try to bring the rook into the game. Now knight e3. Knight is coming in, bringing the knight in, bishop takes. And always when they take the knight here, you always just take back with the pawn here, because now you have the f file to work with here as well. So bishop g4 is one option, attacking the queen. Now you can win the piece back with bishop f6, but even better here is not to do that, just to play the move queen g3. The pin is still strong, it's still remaining out there, and after queen d7, only then you play bishop takes f6, king takes f6, and now very cool move here. I like this. Castle.
Castles with check.
Yeah, castle with check. Now the king is super safe, and rook f7 is coming up here. So king g7 will be your only move, because if you go to e7, rook f7,
That's
you just
killer.
lose your queen. So you go king g7. And we need to look at this position a little bit deeper, because black does have a lot of pieces here. But
again,
queen and 3 pawns, and that's why you have 3 pawns actually. Queen for a rook and 2 minor pieces, but this is actually really strong for white. Rook f1 check. Now you have to put the king on an e file. You can't go to the g file. The bishop is hanging. So let's say you play the move king e6, and now the key move here is h5 with the idea of queen h4. Also, you can continue playing h6, h7. So this is actually a winning position for white.
Thank you for that, Var. We do have a move. After knight f1, Liren did play rook h8.
Instead of king
Yes.
g6 or
Instead of
h8.
king g6. You know, it was really funny. Like, just bringing up Var's analysis for a second. Knight f1, king g6, right? So in my mind, this is great stuff, like h5, right? And I think he suggested the move rook g8.
Rook g8.
Yeah, well, he had put
Yeah,
rook
okay.
g8 on the board. And I was thinking in my mind, this is really, really brilliant. You go h5 check, king takes g5, queen e3, and mate on the next turn, right? You have to play king g4, I go queen, and then you take. Oops.
Cold shower.
Cold shower. So, Var said, oh, you go knight e3. Bishop takes e3. And in my mind, I was thinking, well, h5
Now
check,
I'm-
right?
yeah.
Now h5 check, king takes, and queen takes, and we get. But he said, well, just recapture. But I thought that queen take, h5 check, and queen takes, I thought was white's winning idea. Funny stuff. We do have rook h8, Var, and instead of king g6, sorry, I wanted to point that out. Did the engine approve of Ding's choice, rook h8?
Yes, it's one of the best defensive
is.
moves here. And now knight e3 is actually important for Anish to play, to bring this knight into the game. And so let's see, if rook h8, knight,
Knight e3.
knight e3 and queen e7.
Queen e7.
Yeah,
okay.
the best option to protect. For now, you're just protecting everything.
Okay.
And if you are given a little bit more time here, you want to play this move knight b8 and knight d7. That way now the knight will be protected, and you can maybe run away with the king.
Right.
Another alternative we have, sometimes you have some rook h6 ideas, just to sacrifice the exchange, but to secure the defense against f6. You can also put the rook on g6 in that position. So this rook h6 might be another option here. Here, there is a rook f1 move here, for example, to defend, to try to maybe open up the f file at some point. That's the best move according to the ancients here, is knight f1, rook f1. Also, you have a knight d5 option here. But it's not as strong here, knight d5, because after bishop takes d5, e takes d5, knight b8, knight will go to d7. You do still have some pressure after long castle here, but it's not the best option here. So here we have the move rook f1 as the best move here for white. Knight b8, to bring the knight to d7. Now knight f5 check. Bishop has to take it.
Queen takes.
Queen takes. And now we're ready to play this move, f4. So knight b d7 first.
Right.
And here, white actually castles first, long castle. Let's see, why this move f4? So the point of this move is f4, there is a rook h5. So pinning the bishop here. And this position looks okay for black. Takes, queen takes e5.
Wow.
The initiative still continues, but now black is okay here. So that's why we don't want to play this move f4 yet. First you go long castle, and it's an advantage for white, but it's not like there is a clear-cut way for white to just break through and win the game. So you still have to build up here, and you have definitely an advantage here. But rook f1, it's not an easy move to find, Yasser, for white.
Yeah, and keep maintaining the pressure. This idea you're making what we could call a positional piece sacrifice, right? And we have one result so far as Wesley So on Fabi. Called it an early day at the office. I think there was some disappointment, much more so in the case of Wesley So. Fabi happy to draw and consolidate his lead. He's got half a point lead with 2 rounds to go. Championship rounds coming up. So, okay, very nice. And where would you like to take it? Yes, please.
In the game, in Giri Ding game, the
Yes.
positions where we were looking at king g6 and king even going to g5, that reminds me of when in soccer, a team's losing.
Yes.
And there's just a few minutes left in the game.
And you
and the
send everybody,
the goalkeeper just comes out and
right, the goalie
starts playing in the middle.
Right.
That's just what it feels like. The king coming all the way to g6, g5.
A good general always leads his army into battle. And let's jump to Bucharest as Cristian caught up with his podcaster, Fabi.
Thanks, Yaz. Fabi, first of all, not a very difficult day at the office for you. Did you expect that from Wesley? Did you expect this mild strategy from him?
I wasn't sure. I thought either he's going to play e4 and go for a sharp fight. I thought e4 would be a sign that he's going for it, and d4 would be a sign that he wants to rock up, keep it solid, which he sometimes tends to do, and it really depends on his mood, I think. And I thought it was 50-50. Sometimes he goes for a win and he's very dangerous, and sometimes he plays super solid and you don't really have any chances to win, or because he plays like super accurate chess in general. So when he played the Catalan, I thought it's sort of, I'm playing a solid line. I mean, it's most likely we're going to reach this position after bishop c6, and I wasn't sure exactly, like he played recently.
One of the most topical lines.
He played bishop d2 against Anish in Vachier-Lagrave, and I felt a little bit stupid because I couldn't remember how the game went, even though I saw it this morning. I wasn't sure if it was a5, queen d3, or knight e4 here. But I thought maybe the game went a5, queen d3, bishop b4. I wasn't 100% sure if this was the game.
It seems to have been a game of Wesley, but with the black pieces against Shanklin. I'm not sure you should have done.
Are we out of the game?
No, we're out of the game. We're out of commission. So
not much happened in this game. He could have played on at the end, I think. After I played h5, I just didn't really see how to free my pieces. So I wanted to create some counterplay on the king side, and I think he could have played on. Like he's probably a tiny bit better, but it is more or less an equal position. I wasn't opposed to his repetition.
Well, you're the man to catch in this tournament right now. You have some followers. That's Rapport, half a point behind. Wesley was one of them, but obviously he's not going to be able to catch up with you. Did you manage to see any of the other games? Any spectacular things happening in your opinion?
Well, Anish's game is interesting against Ding. This is very dangerous for black, it looked like. And I wasn't sure what was going. Can we have a look at this game?
No.
Now it's over?
Unfortunately, it's over because I'm not 100% sure how to do the how to get out of where you placed us, Fabi. That's okay.
We can figure this out.
We will figure it out at some point, but not right now.
All right. Yeah, that's an interesting game. I think I was a bit surprised by his rook h8 move, but I was even more surprised that Anish got like such a dangerous position, like such a dangerous attack, like by move 10.
Did you analyze that? Because we know you're an expert in the Italian as well, with white and black. You play.
I haven't checked this exact position, but I also might have checked it, but forgotten. I'm not sure. It just didn't really ring a bell. Of course, sacrifices like this are always possible, and I thought that bishop takes f2 was a critical move after knight f1, but I guess there's something wrong with it. I wasn't sure. I thought that Rook H8 is like looking super, super dangerous, what he played. And I don't know what's going on, but I do hope he survives, obviously, because like it doesn't really help my tournament if another person goes on +1.
Yep.
If Anish goes on +1. And I'm also a bit worried about Jan's position, although...
That one is more or less balanced.
Yeah.
At least objectively, according to
Yeah,
the
but it looked a bit more pleasant for white, and,
Yeah.
and Jan is a bit down on time, so... I mean, of course, his position isn't bad, but like, let's say in terms of decisive games that could happen, those are the two that I would point to. And Richie's position looked level to me, looked quite level, but anything could happen. It is like a, let's say, an imbalanced position.
What are the feelings that you experience when you've just finished a long tournament, that's sapped into your energy levels, and then you have to play chess once again? Because it seems to be, there's something that's been hitting both Jan and Ding, from your experience.
Well, what can I say? They're not playing too well. Jan has solidified a bit. He had this like really rough patch where he clearly got tilted against me. And then against Maxime, like this was like very clear tilt. I mean, his game against Maxime was, to put it politely, completely atrocious. It was. I mean, he'll tell you the same thing, that it was a really bad game. He was better, and he just started to shuffle his pieces basically back and forth while Maxime improved his position with every move. So those two games were clear tilt. He seems to have come back to his senses. At least he's playing like relatively normal chess. Ding, like I don't understand his game yesterday. You know, the funny thing is the line he played against Wesley, I was considering playing against Jan, because it is sort of a way to get a fight. But when I was looking at the line, it felt like it's just very healthy for black. Basically, you can make any move, and white takes a great deal of risk moving pieces back and forth, like queen d4, queen d1. But like the way that he played, it just showed like a lack of feeling of danger. I mean, if you compare it to a King's Indian or something, which is like a typical position from this structure, you know, usually white is castled and has everything aimed at the d5 square. Here, white moved the queen around back and forth, and then moved the knight from g1, e2 to f4 to h3.
Yeah.
And so usually you don't want to take
Lost a lot of tempies.
three moves to put your knight on h3, and black is completely developed. Like it just feels wrong. So his play felt really bad in that game yesterday. In general, his play feels like something's very off.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that assessment, Fabi. We'll let you get some rest before the championship rounds. Tomorrow you play Anish with the white pieces, and you finish it off with Richie Rapport. How are you going to approach these couple of games?
Yeah, I'll try to put pressure on Anish. It's not easy. I've usually struggled to create winning chances against him, and he's like super solid, very well prepared player, very level-headed. So sometimes it's difficult to create chances against him, but I'll try, and the last round we'll see what the tournament situation is.
Thank you very much, Fabi. We'll see you tomorrow. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. Thank you, Fabi. And indeed, let's just take a look at the position between Anish and Dingler, and where Fabi himself was calling for bishop takes f2 check rather than rook h8, because he just felt that this position is dangerous for black. We saw a position Var was showing. I'll do a different move order to get there. Queen e7, knight f5 check, bishop takes f5, queen takes f5, knight back to b8, rook to f1, the mysterious rook move as we prep the move f2, f4, knight d7 castles was the main line of Var, and just keeping the pressure. This is a long-term piece sacrifice. From white's perspective, he gets 2 pawns, but black's pieces are like tied up, and it's only with the utmost accuracy we think that Ding will be able to save this. This is not a pleasant position.
I think even with
Nazi.
the most precise play, black shouldn't be able to save it if white also makes all the best moves.
Exactly. We do have knight e3, and let's just check in on Richie Rapport. Something was going on in the game with Deac. This is Well, I mean, a rivalry,
Yes.
let's say. Who is the best player in Romania? These are the two candidates, and they're up against each other today. We've been seeing some toing and froing also from Daniel Deac. He's maneuvering the pieces around the board, Var, but has he accomplished all that much?
I don't think he accomplished that much here. White has a pleasant position here. I like the
Okay.
knights on d3 and f4.
Yeah.
And at some point when it's all prepared, I think he will maybe try to open up the position with the g4. But right now also Richie is trying to get some space on the queen side. That's why I played the move a4, a5. The current position, he's slightly better. I think what knight b8 is, he's trying to maybe bring that knight to c6 and try to put pressure on a5. At some point, maybe knight e7, knight g6. But let's take a look at the best moves in this position now for white and black here. So knight b8 played. So again, one of the ideas is to try to play g4 to open up the position here. So let's say if you play the move rook g1 here. Now the idea is to play g4. So black can play the move queen g5 here first. Try to put pressure on this diagonal to try to discourage the move g4 here. So if we still play g4 here, I think it's very risky because you're going to be now pinned here. So after knight d7, it's not easy to get out of this pin here. So we might see after queen g5 a move like queen e2. And now we see the move knight c6 come in. Now putting some pressure on a5. If you play a6, you can play b5, or you can also play the move b6 here. Now, since we already played a6, we are free to move this rook into the game. So rook a1, and queen. You can play queen h6, for example, or rook g7. It's very solid position for black as well here. It's not easy to break through here. And of course, g4 is one idea, but it's going to be very difficult with the bishop sitting on this 6. Engines give a small advantage for white here, but again, I think we're going to see lots of maneuvering in this position, and before we see any kind of concrete breaks happening in the position.
I always felt that these long maneuvering games are Richie's pet shop, if you will. That's what he likes. He loves these maneuvering games. And if you just look at black's pieces, like right now, black's minor pieces, the knight on b8 and the bishop on d6, and you go, okay, they're there. And then I would ask you the question, where did they come from? So if you go back, like, quite a number of moves, so here we are, the bishop's on h6, right? The knight went to g4. So take this picture in your mind. Knight's on g4, bishop's on h6. And then we're just going to jump immediately to the current position. And the knight on g4 went back to b8.
No, I would just think
Because
that
that's so
that
good.
knight never developed, you know?
Right, right. The knight just goes all the way back from g4 to b8. The bishop went, okay, I can understand that maybe you felt the bishop was a little bit better centralized. You cover e5, you still attack f4. But it just feels to me like black has kind of thrown away a lot of tempi. Now, Richie hasn't done that much, but it does feel like he's the one who's been making, you know, tiny incremental progress. And for those of you who may just be joining us, so what had happened is we had the ceremonial first move. And a footballer, a manager of a football club, came out and played d4. And Richie just let it stay. Like, that's fine. And Daniel felt like, excuse me, but you're the one who should be making the move, not the footballer. So take the move back and then play d4. And Richie said, look, dude, I'm going to play d4. It's already there. I'm not going to take it back and play. And then they got over it.
They also forgot to shake hands.
And they forgot to shake hands somehow in the middle of all of that. And then Richie got a little steamed because Daniel ended up slapping the clock excessively. And I've had opponents who've done that in the past. That's very irritating. And again, we're ready to take any social media questions that you may have. Stump our panel ask us questions about the tournament or the Grand Chess Tour, whatever it is that suits your fancy, and they can do it at the hashtag.
Hashtag Superbet Chess Classic.
Right.
Or by tagging Grand Chess Tour.
Excellent. Great. Big shout out to our audience because they have been asking some very nice and salient questions. I enjoy the test, if you will. Where else, Var?
Firouzja and Nepo's game?
Yeah, shall we? Let's see what's going on. Whoa. So when we left it, we just left it after this
So
moment,
Nepo
knight
did
g5.
choose knight g5.
Yes.
That was your preference.
It was because, you know, I understand what you were saying. Like, you like the chaos. You like the
Yes.
tactics. Give me action. I like simplified positions where I have the advantage. Now, when I look at what happened in the game, and I'm sitting there saying, to my way of thinking, I love black. I love black's position because of the compromised king side.
I also think on the last move, could have Jan played queen g5 check first? I think we're looking
Yes.
at something similar
Exactly.
earlier.
Well, the problem is if I get to play rook g1, I could do something nasty, right? So, like, at some point, you're going to recapture. And that there was that moment where you could play knight e5. I think Var was pointing out, tactically, you might be able to get away with knight e5 here.
It's too risky.
A little bit, right? Okay, so that was why he recaptured, but he's leaving Firouzja in a situation where the imbalance of the minor pieces might favor black considerably. Like, this knight teleports itself to some juicy square, like
I
h4.
still wouldn't
Please.
say that black is preferable. I
You
still,
wouldn't? Okay.
even though we have double pawns, the open g file, as you just pointed out to me,
Yes.
the g7 square is something white can target as long as we have queens on the board still.
Well, but again, okay, well, let's take a look. He did play rook d1. That's
Right.
a tempo move.
I was
Okay,
thinking
so
the other rook to d1. I'm a little surprised with rook f to d1.
I guess he was thinking that maybe he could exploit the C file
If
one
I'm
day.
planning to play on the king side, I would like to keep the rook on f1 so I can move it to g1.
Okay, fair. Okay, so let's say
Rook
this
d1,
move.
yes.
Yeah, rook. And let's say I go back.
And b5.
And b5. And check. So I usually want to combine the move check and knight e5. Var pointed out this very nice tactic from a previous line, which went queen g4, knight e5. And I think
Still
we'll
works here.
agree
Yeah.
we prefer black's position, again, thanks to the compromised pawn. So b5, queen g5 check. Are you still with me? You like this? You have to move your king?
Yes, and king h1.
Okay. King h1, and let's go, right? Knight e, whoa, wait, yeah.
F,
F4.
f4. I don't think he has
So-
perpetual. Oh, I'm pinned. I was only looking at queen h5.
Yeah, I was hoping that I'd have, as they would say, a perpet in the pocket. But so, yeah, I feel that this is a kind of a risk-free for Nepo. But okay, you know, sometimes I do get a little bit overly excited about weak structures, and the dynamic play is a compensation. Var, jump right in as we're discussing the position. By the way, I can understand what you were saying about rook on a1 to d1. Rook f1 to d1 was Alireza's move. Long term, I like black. What's the engine say about this current position?
Engine, of course, says it's 0-0.
0-0, yeah.
There is one idea, I think maybe Jan made a very slight inaccuracy when he captured on d6. I prefer the move rook takes d6. I will show you. There is a specific reason why in this position. Because when you take with the queen, you actually, you know that rook d1 is going to come, and you're going to have to move the queen again. So I'm a little bit surprised he didn't just take with this move. But it's possible that maybe he missed something, because rook d6 is a natural move. So b5 is the only thing that he needs to worry about here.
Right.
But now you have this move queen check. And I think he perhaps overlooked this idea, because otherwise it makes more sense to take with the rook here. I think he simply overlooked that when he plays this move queen g4, there is this move knight e5 that is going to make the difference here. And I already showed this line in the previous variation. Bishop e5, you have queen e5. And if you take on g5, we have this knight f3 check, and you pick up the pawn on g5. But if you play here, let's see, queen g5 check, if you try to just move the king, king h1, then you have the move knight e5. Very important to blockade this diagonal, so rook g1 and rook g7 doesn't come with a tempo here.
Right.
So, and now if you play the move rook g1 here, then there is queen f5, threatening to take on h3, also threatening the pawn on f3, essentially forcing the move bishop takes e5. And we know after a move like bishop e5, white can never be better here. So it's just you have to just make sure you are not worse here. So I think I prefer the move rook d6 definitely. In the current position after the move queen c7, Alireza has a little bit of initiative here after the move b5, because you don't have a good square for the knight to go to here. And you have to put a knight on e7.
Okay.
And I was looking at even taking the pawn on a7. I was looking at this option, and here you basically sacrifice a pawn for an initiative. You play the move knight g6, rook to d8, rook to d1, but not an easy position to play for black, especially because it looks like you're just down a pawn. There is no strong attack. But now the queen comes in, and suddenly after queen h4, there is some counterplay here with this pawn on h3 being weak. Let's say if you play king g2, then you're losing now to the move rook d2, because queen c8 will be met by knight f8. So not easy to spot, but this knight gets on g6. You're losing. You're clearly down a pawn here, but because of the king weaknesses, you have enough counterplay here for equality.
Thank you for that, Var. Again, it's really confounding. Why did he play queen takes d6? That's ridiculous. You're just walking into this tempo. Rook takes d. I mean, when you think about, wait, I'm looking at this position. This king is weak. Full stop, end of story. Your king is weak. If I play rook takes d6, and it's actually my turn, I'm going to cheat you, and I play e5, why on earth wouldn't you want your rook in this really powerful attacking position?
Maybe he was worried about b5, and he wanted the square e7 available for the knight.
Well, exactly, and I think that's what it's all about, frankly, is I think he just got to this position and he missed knight e5. Yes. That's what it's all about. All right, let's jump into some other games for just a moment.
By the way, Deac did play queen e7. I think that was the best move.
Knight e3 is on the board. And it's funny, I think the engine, according to Var, rook f1, mysterious move, as white, if white could make the illegal move f2, f4, it would be brilliant, because then we would really be able to put a lot of pressure against the knight on f6. The rook would come to f1.
But
so what this move...
So many options here.
Yeah.
Knight d5 looks good. Knight f5.
So
long castle.
I actually had a problem with knight d5, so explain that to me. So bishop takes d5.
Pawn takes.
When Var played pawn takes, now we'll stop for just a second here. Did you hear the bishop on c4 crying? Like, what did you do? I was on this really beautiful diagonal. I was attacking the pawn on f7, and now you blocked my view. Why were you attracted to
It can get a second
this?
Life. Later, we can play long castle.
Right.
Queen g3, something like d4 and bishop d3. So you can still have
a second
good life.
Queen g3, d4, bishop
If
to
needed.
d3.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because I just see that bishop on c4, and it's in tears. And
Honestly, there is another idea. Since knight is on b8, going to
Yes.
d7 to
Yes.
defend the knight on f6, I
That's
can
right.
always play bishop b5 and
Encouraging me to play c6. Yeah.
or I can play it once you play knight d7. I go bishop
Right.
b5, threatening
and then
to
I
take
have
on
to
d7.
get out of these. So if we just made a move, for example, knight d7, bishop b5, you've got the very nasty idea of bishop takes d7, and this is still on the board here, this terrible pin. But I thought rook f1 and knight f5. I would find myself attracted to knight f5 very much so that I could keep the diagonal open. You saw reasons that maybe keeping the diagonal closed.
Maybe also long castle, so we can
Right
keep
away.
all the options open.
Exactly. I like that one especially as well. Var, Nasi and I are, discussing the pros and cons of how Anish should be pursuing the attack. Jump in and clear our cobwebs.
Yeah, it's a very rich position, a lot of interesting options for white. I was just checking the move long castle, and we do have to play this move rook f1. I think this is our best, as the best chance for Anish to get the big advantage here. If let's say you go long castle here, there is a way for black to get out of trouble here. So he will actually eliminate the knight here immediately and solve the problem of this knight jumping into d5, f5, and g4. Now you have to capture back with a pawn. And he's still under this very unpleasant pin, but now knight b8 will come into play with this idea. Once again, we see that this knight b8, knight d7 is a key idea, key defensive idea for black here. So let's say we continue with the pressure.
Yep.
Rook hf1, knight bd7. Now defending f6. And not easy to see how white can try to increase the pressure in this position.
Can we double on f5? Let's say rook d2 or rook f2?
Yeah, rook d2 is one of the options, but now white can take on c4.
Black.
Black will take on c4,
Right.
and after you capture queen e6.
Getting out of the pin just in time.
Yes,
Well,
just in time, and
just
now putting
Continue
pressure.
the line for a moment. Rook f2.
Rook
yeah.
f2, and once you're out of this pin, you play the move knight h7.
Capturing on f7 is a dead end.
Capturing on f7. The problem at the end of that line is the bishop on g5 is hanging.
How many pawns did I take? I've got 3 pawns for the knight, right, Var?
Yes, you have 3 pawns right now.
And a fourth in the pocket?
Fourth in the pocket. The problem is the white
Two of
pawns
them
are
are
also
doubled.
weak.
Weak.
So if you take,
Munch.
let's say, black is actually just winning. I'm also surprised that evaluation
Really,
is-
just winning.
Yeah,
I'm
and
counting
so-
pawns, and I'm
yeah.
I'm feeling like Midas over here with the golden coins.
Well, now I think black's turn. He's going to say, okay,
I
now
see.
it's my turn to take your pawns, and
Right,
you're going
and
to drop
the
the
pawns are
c4 pawn,
weak.
e4 pawn, and
Yeah.
again, the prospects of this pass pawns, it's not very high, because they're not really advanced here. So you can take on b7, for example, here. Rook takes c4. Then you got a problem with the a4 pawn. You're most definitely dropping the e4 pawn as well here. So that's why this line doesn't work very well for white here, the long castle. But we can go back and look at some other options in that position instead of the long castle here. Again, main option is when the queen is on e7. Now you actually want to take on e3, get rid of the bishop, and play the move queen e6. And I think now we see why this move rook f1 is so important here, because when this move is played,
Stopping
bishop
bishop
e3
takes.
does not work, because once you take, you don't have time to take on c4 here because of the move bishop f6 here. So again, this is now completely winning here. And one thing also, when Fabiano was giving the interview, he pointed out, I wanted to show you guys here, he mentioned this move bishop f2 here, which we
Right.
missed actually. And the reason is because you cannot take back here on f2, because if you take back actually after knight e4, black is doing okay. In fact, this move, it's actually just loses to a very calm move, very clever king e2 here.
Wow.
You do not take on f2 immediately. Now actually you're threatening to take. If let's say king g6 played, you play bishop f6, queen takes f6, you exchange queens, and then you are in a winning endgame with the very healthy extra pawn here. But I thought I'd just show you this move king e2 because it actually backfires, because now you have to move the bishop, and if you move the bishop to, let's say, b6, now we can play either knight g3 or knight h2. Both moves are winning. And we didn't want to have this f-pawn in the first place. And now rook f1 will come with a tempo, putting pressure here. And now we didn't have to play the move f4 to achieve that. So this is actually just simply winning for white, this move after bishop f2.
It's very, very, very nice sacrifice of the f2 pawn, but the combination of sacrificing the f2 pawn, that's okay. But then playing the move king e2. Ooh, check that guy's pockets. We have a social media question. Let's jump right into it, Nazi. This one is from Stefan from YouTube.
Yasser, any stories for us about opening move blunders?
Oh my God, oh no, we're gonna be here all day, all day. Yeah, and I do think it's more or less one of the tragedies of modern chess is that the openings have become so sophisticated, and everything can rely upon one little subtlety. You get an advantage or you get nothing, all based on one little subtlety, right? And so you've got to remember all of these nuances. And opening blunders, I was playing in the World Team Championships in China, and I was playing Ilya Smerin. It was the United States versus Israel. And Ben Feingold, bless his heart, had been preparing me in this very, very sharp Karo Khans, and we were going bang, 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 and we got to this position where Ilya went bang. I was like, dude, that's not the right move. He made the wrong move. He was supposed to play this other move. He played this move instead, and I saw immediately I can take a pawn. So with every fiber of my being, I wanted to take this pawn, but he gets some dangerous attacks. And much to my great chagrin, I didn't take the pawn. Got myself into a rook and 3 versus rook and 2 ending, which was a draw. But immediately after the game, oh, Ilya, gotta ask you, what would you have done if I took take the pawn? He said, sorry, Yasser, I made a finger failure. Like, no, because we go into the games today expecting our opponents have checked with the world's supercomputers that all of their opening moves are sound, so we believe them. It's easier to bluff than sometimes.
Sometimes if you make an early mistake, you can bluff your opponent and they'll trust you that this was prepped.
Exactly. How about you? Opening blunder, some horrifying stories?
I think there was one. I was playing in Biel, Switzerland, the Biel Open tournament.
Nice tournament.
And I was on board 2 or 3 playing this Grandmaster over 2600.
Okay, big game.
And my game is like broadcasted. And I blundered a pawn on move 3. That was the earliest blunder of my life.
That shows real understanding. If you don't mind, how did you blunder on move 3?
Sure.
What happened? You were white or black?
I was black.
Okay.
E4.
What? E4.
C6.
That's move 1. It's not easy to blunder a pawn in. Okay.
Knight C3.
Knight C3.
D5.
Yep.
And Queen E2. Never seen that move.
Queen E2.
I thought it was a bad move.
Sure looks like a bad move.
I took my time and played G6. That's a blunder of a pawn.
And he just took on D5, and his next turn was Queen D5 check.
Yeah. It was quite embarrassing.
Quite embarrassing. Ouch, ouch. Var, jump right in. Your embarrassing moments or opening blunders, if you will.
I'm sure I had a lot of them, Yasser.
I know.
But last year, I remember I was playing a Chicago Open tournament, and I played the Slav Exchange, and made it like a blunder in opening, which I know really, really well. My opponent played one of these Queen B6 moves and attacked my pawn, and for some reason I thought I can sacrifice the pawn, and but I just didn't remember the line correctly and ended up being down a pawn and was really struggling. I ended up losing that game.
Right.
So even the openings you know well, you still have to be careful to make sure that you don't blunder. One story comes to mind. You probably know this game, the famous blunder of Anatoly Karpov against Larry Christensen.
Oh yes,
Queen D1.
He stayed with me after. Do you have that?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah,
I can maybe if you remember the moves, I can put the moves in.
Oh, I don't remember
Yeah.
the moves. I remember it was Queen D1 hitting the knight on H5
Yes.
and hitting the bishop on
There was a bishop
D6.
on D6, knight on H5, and
Right.
Queen D1 attacked both pieces, and Karpov immediately resigned.
Right, and that was like move 10. So Larry's staying with me, and I said, well, what happened? So Larry plays this move, Queen D1 on move 10, which attacks a black bishop on D6 and attacks a black knight on H5, and Anatoly loses a piece and resigns on the spot. So I said to Larry, well, what did you do after the game? I said, would you like to analyze? I said, you didn't. He said, no, I did not. Let's jump to the game of MVL, because we know that Duda's not having the greatest tournament. MVL, thanks to his win over Nepo, kind of is crawling his way into the event, and if he can do something with the black pieces today, hey,
He'll be
our champion, our defending champion, will be back in business, as Judith Polgar might say. At this point, more or less, I would say this is kind of a trench warfare kind of game. I think white is a little bit better. I like the outpost C4, but in truth, not much is going on. I was very surprised to see it's coming up, this move E5. At first I saw this move E5, I said, whoa, because the problem with E5 is, sure, you gain some nice control over the D6 and F6 squares, but boy, losing control of the F5 square as a French defense player, I get a knight to F5, I start feeling really, really good. Especially,
sometimes we get the knight in Caro-Kann as well. Knight
exactly.
on F5.
Especially when I see an open diagonal. Maybe one of the best moves that white can make in this position is go E5, back to E4 to stop the knight. But okay, let's see. I mean, that's what it's all about, right? To get squares, you got to give them. And in this case, Duda was expecting.
A lot of faith in that knight on E4.
Exactly. That's what he was thinking. Knight to B6. We're caught up with the players, and VAR, give us the engine's assessment. My first impression is I think that while the position's likely balanced, the move E5 struck me as wrong.
Yes, I also don't like what Duda is doing, and E5 move is definitely overextending, creating a lot of weaknesses. In fact, the current position is actually black is slightly better.
Yes.
Because the weak squares, we see that in particular that diagonal, the queen on C6, bishop B7, you have to be very careful. You move that knight, you're going to get checkmated on G2 here. So here I think Duda is slowly realizing that, perhaps he is the one who needs to play accurately now. And let's take a look at some of the lines here. But I think MVL has some chances in this game now. So bishop B3 is the best option here.
Right.
You have to try to recapture now on C4 with the bishop. So knight takes C4, bishop C4. You really need this pawn on D3 to defend this knight. Otherwise, you're going to have some big problems on this diagonal. Right. But here, black can play rook D8. There is not much you can do on an A5. You're not going to be able to enter here. So you can play rook D8. That will give you some options with the move knight D4 here. And so engine is suggesting this move H4, which I'm not sure that I want to do here in this position. But let's say you play a normal move rook A1, just to see a plan for black. Black can actually play the move even G6 in this position. Now you want to put a pawn on H5 here to permanently secure the knight on F5 here. Again, black is the only one who can play here. The bishop on F2 is very passive, not doing much. Let's say B3, H5, for example, rook A2. You can even play. Now you can consider this move knight D4 after improving the position. And if bishop takes, rook D4, black is the only one with some chances. But I think with accurate play, I think white should be okay here as well. But some chances I see for MVL in this game, perhaps to try to take the full point.
All right, thank you for that, VAR. Yeah, I thought E5 was a bit of an overreach. Let's jump to the world champion, Ding Liren, and let's just see how. Okay, rook F1, that very hidden move, was not discovered by Anish, and the castle's queenside was a mistake. We were expecting this rook f1, and this is where bishop takes e3 and
Was
bishop
equalizing.
takes e4. What Var had said was an equalizing move, but Ding missed that chance,
yeah.
and he played the move rook a8 to g8, keeping Anish's advantage alive. Again, rook f1, kind of a hidden move. Knight f5 check. And by the way, I think
Now
he played
rook f1 looks more natural.
Rook a8, g8 instantly.
Yeah, he played that instantly.
Wow. I'm just looking
Maybe
at
he thought that was the only move.
Well, okay, but by the way, what on earth does rook g8 do? Explain that one to me, because that's a little bit of a head scratcher.
Typically, it would be an idea for your king to run away.
Precisely. But with the knight hanging, your king ain't going anywhere.
Well, maybe after knight b8, knight d7, then the king can run.
Okay, so let's go here, 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 right?
Yes.
So you've got 1, 2 moves, and you're gold.
But the problem is, I'm not gold.
Not gold.
Even after king runs away, I'm still pinned on f6.
True.
So it doesn't really help.
It doesn't help that much, but you will at least maybe have the chance for rook takes g5 on a good day, right?
Maybe.
So here, the desirable f4 to play rook f1, unfortunately, is met by a check, and bishop takes f4. Any trade of the dark squared bishops would be a welcome, welcome, welcome relief for black. So rook a8 to g8. Var, just tell me what's the hidden purpose of rook a8 to g8?
No, I think he's trying to play knight b8 and knight bd7 and try to go king fa after, but I'm really surprised he played this move so quickly and he did not even consider the move bishop e3, which actually would have been pretty straightforward, and take only c4 after that and play queen e6.
Right.
In the current position, white has a really large advantage. He can actually play either rook hf1 or rook df1, but you need to put one of your rooks on a f-file here, and that way the bishop e3 move is no longer possible. So let's take a look, for example, how the game can develop here. Rook df1 seems a little bit more natural because there might be a need for us to advance this pawn at some point. And here,
agreed.
and here you cannot take on e3 because of after fe, f6 is going to be hanging.
Right.
So you have
Knight b8's only move.
Sorry to interrupt.
Not only, you have
but,
rook h6 also.
Anish actually played rook h to f1 already.
HF. Okay, so let's see. I don't think there is going to be that much of a difference here. So perhaps another idea I see of rook g8, I think he wants to play this move, guys. Rook h6. He wants to sacrifice the exchange, and now he wants to put the rook on g6.
So ugly.
So, for example, now if we take on h6, king takes h6.
Right.
And again, black is hoping to somehow move the king to f8 here. Knight d5. Take. You can't take with the knight because after ed you're losing a piece. So you have to take back with the bishop. Pawn takes. And now knight goes to d8 actually. I'm not sure why, but knight d8 is better here than knight b8. Bit of a strange square for the knight to go to. And here white continues with g4.
Couple pawns for
Yeah, you
the
have
minor
two pawns
pieces.
already. Another option you have in this position, perhaps rook e1 and d4 is another moment. But okay, g4 and king. The c6 is the best move. You really need to try to get rid of this d5 pawn. So c6 is your best option. But again, very hard to play these moves. They're not very natural. More natural is to play, let's say, rook g6 and try to get the king to g7. But in this case, d4 is very strong because you have a bishop d3 idea, and you're going to be putting pressure here. White has actually more material at the moment. Rook and 2 pawns for 2 pieces. Again, the king is still exposed, and very good winning chances here for Anish Giri.
Well, the crazy part for me, Var, is a move like rook h6. I don't even understand why that provokes the response bishop takes h6. Am I worried about rook g6 and rook takes? So, for example, just a quick question for you. In this moment, he did play the move rook h f1, and I think a reasonable argument could also be made for rook on d1. We've seen lines where h4 and rook h3 comes. Rook h6, I mean, if I go check, you've got to take. I take. And you go rook g6, I mean, what else, right? And I go h4, isn't this just unpleasant? I mean, to
say the least.
Yeah, I mean, I want it to play king b1, and I want to play f4. I feel like I got two pawns. The rook's on g8, and
I was really hoping
don't
Black
make a
would have
great impression.
Queen d7, but it's not available.
Not available.
There is a very strong move here, guys. Otherwise, your line is absolutely
Killer.
Works. Queen e8.
Queen Edgar 8.
Yes.
What's the idea? Knight e7?
Knight
just to
h7.
get out of the pin.
Knight h7 is the idea, and
Yeah.
you gotta keep the queen here to make sure you're protecting the f7 pawn here.
I see.
And now knight h7 is idea. Also knight e7, attacking
Also,
the
knight
queen.
e7 is an idea.
So
Okay.
again, it shows equal right now in this
Equal.
position here. You can continue with h5 as the main line.
Right.
Knight takes h5, rook h1. Try to attack on h5
I knew
again.
I wanted
rook
my rook
h8
on
is the
h1.
only move. And now you can even play rook
Okay.
h2 to double up the rooks.
Wow.
Very, very sharp still. f6, bishop d2, knight f7, trying to consolidate, queen f3, knight goes on f4.
Wow.
And actually, white is just playing down a piece, and it's still not easy.
Exactly.
Because after capture, rook takes, now you have a g3 threat. So
Yeah, I would think that Black is winning.
You
Yeah.
would think so until you say, well, how am I going to meet g3?
g3 queen h5 is very strong. So
This-
you
this
have to
question.
try to play this move c6 d5 very quickly. You need to shut down this diagonal.
Well,
So-
one of the things that this line shows, Var, and what we've been seeing throughout the whole game, is this positional piece sacrifice. It's not like, a combination with talk, but rather it's a combination where we're playing improving moves and just saying to our opponent, go ahead and try to improve. As we get ready for a break, we have a special for you. We asked the players, imagine that you just played a really, really tough game in the previous round. How do you recharge your batteries and get ready for the next day? These are their answers. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
This tournament is very long and very taxing physically. How important is it for you to relax and re-energize after each and every game?
The games are extremely tiring, of course. As we go with the tournament, it gets more and more tiring. And also there is lots of emotions and lots of physical exhaustion, basically. So eventually you're going to run out of energy from every possible aspects, and then you're just going to be looking dead. I think the best players are the ones who can cope with this situation, or basically they reach the situation as late as possible in the tournament, or who can cope with it the best and who can maneuver their way through the fatigue and the bunch of errors that will eventually creep in, and they can bounce back quickly.
It's important. If you think differently, see my games from the match.
Yeah, of course. I need to rest after this long and tough championship match. I didn't expect it's so tough than I expected. But well, today after the opening ceremony, I think I was get into this tournament. I'm ready for tomorrow's game.
Yeah, I think very important. Say it's at least half of what the most important thing you need to do during a tournament. You need confidence and a lot of rest, a lot of sleep. Your brain cannot function without getting a good night's rest. So you have to balance it with preparation. During tournaments, a lot of things can happen, mistakes happen. So you kind of need to be ready in those big moments.
Yeah, I think classical chess is the only format where you have just one game to prepare for, and that really makes a difference because you can focus on the particular player or the particular color and bring your best ideas and have the time to work them out and get them into your system. So I think that's quite exciting. And despite the rapid and blitz catching on, you still see what classical chess has to offer and the kind of spectacular games we see.
Yeah, for me, sleeping is very important. You should have a sleep at least 8-9 hours because you will play for 6-7 hours. So you have to have a lot of rest. If you're tired, you cannot mentally be ready and think. So it's very important physically also and mentally.
No, definitely I prioritizing after the games, getting some rest and getting ready for the next games. And obviously I'm also doing that on a daily level with physical sports and trying to increase my stamina and such to be ready for tournaments that are tough and quite exhausting.
Okay. Rest time is important probably for every player because they need some rest and to prepare for the next opponent.
I think it's almost like the second most important after just playing good chess. Yeah, sometimes you know there are of course strong emotions involved in the games, and you have to recover. Sometimes you have to forget about the lost game.
I think we saw from the match that when people get tired, they're starting to make decisions that are atypical of them. They make mistakes that they normally wouldn't make. So stress and tiredness, that can really play a huge role in terms of lowering your quality or like those critical moments, especially when you're low on time and sometimes you have to like switch to instinct and you just need like your full capacity. So if you're a bit tired, if you're a bit stressed, these things, you might not even realize it, but they really can play a huge role.
Hello and welcome back. After 6 rounds of play, we are in the 7th round. Only one result so far.
Yes, so we had one quick draw behind Wesley and Fabiano Caruana.
Well, after that peaceful outcome, the 4 games that remaining are full of fight, especially the game between Anish, Giri and Liren. That's got our attention as Anish made a long-term piece sacrifice, and he's still pursuing the attack. Firouzja grabbed the pawn, something I really love. But on the other hand, I'm not a fan of this last move by Jan. He played the move Rook A8, and in my mind's eye, I'm thinking that the Rook is actually really, really good on D8, and I would really have been looking for ideas of I don't know, Queen D3 and Knight H4, and maybe on a good day, if I could get the Queen out of the way, I could go Rook D2. But the move Rook A8 has been played, and across the whole stage, it feels like fights are breaking out everywhere. Var, jump in and tell us about the game between Firouzja and Nepo.
Yeah, I think Firouzja has very good winning chances now. Rook A8 was a big inaccuracy, and let me show you first what Jan had to do in order to keep the equality here. He had to play this move Knight H4 here, which makes sense because you bring the knight on F5, but knight itself not going to do anything here. You really need this knight here to put pressure. So now you're attacking the pawn on F3, and you need to protect this because if you play the move E5, then you run into this move E5. Fantastic move now, attacking the pawn on H3.
That's
and
scary.
If you take with the queen, then you have a knight F3, fork. Simply forking. Yes, so you can't really do that. So the best move here is to play queen H5, try to defend, and for a moment it seems like what's really the point now? You have to move the knight, but actually you go back here, knight F5, and now the queen is completely out of place, and you have some queen D2 ideas coming up here as well next. So the move E4 is very logical. Try to remove the knight from here, and here is a beautiful idea, knight G3.
Queen D2, yeah.
Yeah, and now if you take, queen goes on D2, attacking the bishop, and you try to consolidate with queen E5. Now everything looks like it's protected, but
check.
I have a perpetual now. King F1. King H1, Queen F3, King G1, and you continue with this. Of course, there was one more idea there in this position after the move Knight G3. There's this move Queen G4. And now there is threatening mate on G7, so you play the move Knight E2 check. King goes on G2. And
F5.
now, yeah, you have F5. You can also play F6 here in this position, but you can play, for example, G5, and now the rook is under attack. And you also have the strong F4 square. So this shows equal position. Now, after the move Rook A8, White can play Queen E5. And now putting pressure on G7 and getting ready to play the move E4 here. And if you capture the pawn with Rook A4, E4, attacking the knight. Knight cannot move anywhere because of the Queen G7 mate, so has to play Knight D4. And now we play a simple move King G2. And now there is a threat of Rook D1 as well here, putting a pressure on the pin, and you have to do something. So Rook B4 could be played, and now very strong move Rook C7 comes in, attacking the queen. And queen goes to D8, Rook takes B7, now threatening Rook B8, and White has a very nice advantage. But this didn't happen because Alireza just played the move Queen B4, which is not the best move here, and most of his advantage, dropped still a little bit better here, but I guess he didn't want to allow some of these complications, and he's just trying to hang on to the A4 pawn here. But now Jan has a few options here. He can play the move Queen D3, which makes a lot of sense, activating the queen and looking at some potential Knight E3 ideas. Another option here is also to play Queen D8, and now try to bring the queen into the game from this side of the board as well here. And also Queen D8 is preventing the advance of the A pawn as well here. Still a little bit better for White here, but Black has some chances, I think, now.
Well, anything that gets the black queen nudging towards the king side, I'm all for it. And we have a tweet.
Let's take a look.
Let's see what we've got. Dun, 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 dun. This is from Alabama. Sean at Alabama.
The question is, what's more important, openings or endgames?
That's the question. If you've got an answer, please write to us at St. Louis Chess Club and ScholasticCenters.com. Wow. I've always thought it was the endings.
I think it depends what level you're at.
Right. Absolutely. Yes. That's the yeah.
For these guys, the tournament we're looking at right now, I would say openings matter more.
Because they're so good in the endings. So what comes first, the chicken or the egg? In my particular case, I feel that I made progress as a chess player when I studied the endgames at the start. That is to say, you know, if I just give you the rules of chess, you won't understand anything about coordination, nothing. But if I give you a king and a rook versus a king, you understand that to win with the rook, your king and rook have to work together and to coordinate. If I give you a king and two bishops, and I only have a lone king, you're going to learn how to coordinate those bishops with your king. So for me, learning the endgames helped me understand how the pieces coordinate with one another. And if you study the openings and you have no idea what coordination of the pieces is like,
yes, you'll get good positions out of the opening, but that won't lead to...
Well, without understanding.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You won't be able to convert to a win from just a better opening position if you don't know how to play with the pieces.
Coach, jump right in. I mean, obviously with the students, the strength of the students that you work with, you probably focus on the openings at their stage in their careers. But for amateur players,
For amateur players, definitely I would say start with the endgames. Make sure you know your basic endgames, your king and pawn endgames, the first, your opposition, your diagonal opposition, distant opposition. These are the first thing I normally teach players who are new to the game, just to understand that, plus maybe triangulation at some point, which is a little bit more complicated. I think in endgame, first start with openings, and I think once you get good, maybe you're like over 1,000 rating, then you already start studying some openings. So with my students from St. Louis University, we do spend a lot of time on openings, but we also do a lot of endgame studies. These are difficult studies where you see a position where it doesn't look like likely you can try to find a win, but you have this different ideas, very unusual ideas. So we do spend a lot of time, even with the very strong players, on endgame studies.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Var. And by the way, it's interesting you said 1,000. For me, it was always 1,200. When you get to 1,200, you understand a lot about chess. I mean, keeping in mind, like, that out of 100 people, only 1% joins the USCF,
Yes.
right? Everybody's playing in parks, but they don't even know what tournament and organized tournament chess is all about. And 1,200, if you play 1,200, you're
I would
really
even say up to
good.
1,500, you don't really need to focus on the openings.
Yeah.
As long as you follow the general rules of fight for the center and make sure your king is safe by castling.
Exactly. Let's just jump back into the game of Ding Liren, because Anish, Giri, and Ding Liren, because when we left it, Rook F1, great. And one of the questions we were asking ourselves is, why did Anish leave his rook on D1? Well, I've got an answer. And the answer is, he wanted to play D3, D4, which makes perfect sense if we can, in combination, get to play knight F5 check and F2, F4, we can freeze this bishop out of the game. Ding, of course, understands that, and he played takes, and knight D7. Okay. After knight D7, E5. But
I think we looked at D5 briefly.
Yes, right. But our conclusions were favorable for white, right?
Yes, but we probably can improve for black a little bit.
Okay, show me why. D5, I trapped your bishop.
So let's go for knight E5. Still looks...
Knight E5. Okay, you're forking my queen and my bishop, and I'll fall for it. Check.
I'll take it.
And I'll take the queen. Check.
Take back, and I will not take on E3. I'll not fall for that again.
No, please. So bishop takes E3 check is met by the very surprising response, F takes E3 check. Don't reach for the bishop. So you're not going to do that. You're going to take on E6.
Take on E6.
And we've got a bishops of opposite color position. What's the body count?
White
1, 2,
is
3.
up a pawn,
But bishop takes.
but opposite
and
color bishops, and
rook takes g2.
black position has definitely improved.
It's not the nice extra pawn I had hoped for, which explains why Anish played e5 first, takes d5. A combination of moves we're very used to seeing, I want to say, because by playing e5 first, we've stopped knight e5. In the meantime, the bishop's trapped. What you going to do? Well, Liren said, well, I'm going to get out of this pin. I mean, the feeling of liberation must just be great.
Right.
You're just like,
And
I
it's
can
also a
breathe.
tempo move.
And we're attacking the bishop. We're anticipating any captures on e6 will be met by bishop takes e3, check to the king, f takes e3, something that we've always been wanting to do.
Yes.
And then we can go queen takes c4 check, king b1, queen takes e6, and black is kind of golden because he's gotten rid of so many pieces and gotten out of the pin. How is Anish going to deal with queen b4, Var?
Well, there's only one move in this position. It's a complete chaos on the board right now, Yasser. There's so many different possibilities. Even earlier, Deac had an option to play knight c6 instead of knight bd7. But in the current position, Anish has to find the only move to keep the advantage, which is queen e2 here.
Queen
Not an easy move to find.
Quiet move.
Yes.
Not intuitively obvious either, because your queen, which has been doing this great service of keeping that knight in a pin. Queen e2 defends the bishop, which I get. The bishop on e6, fortunately from White's point of view, isn't running away. It's still trapped. And how do the lines continue, Var?
Yeah, it's very interesting how the line continues here, guys. So queen e2 played. If he plays, he has to play this move. Otherwise, there's no advantage. So the best way for black to play is bishop takes e3.
Okay.
So it looks very dangerous after fe, right? If file is now open, the bishop is trapped here.
Right.
But you have this move bishop g4, sacrificing the bishop. So, and if you capture immediately, then there is this tempo move, knight e4, and attacking the bishop here, and there's some knight g3 ideas as well here. So
I have to take on
f6 first. Yes. It's better to take on f6 first. Knight takes f6.
Now
you take on g4.
And again, what's the body count?
Extra pawn for white.
Extra pawn.
But the attack has kind of fizzled.
Now rook h4 is the best move to put pressure on g4. White needs to consolidate the position of the king and put the king on b1. And still an advantage for white here. Rook takes g4. Again, rook f6 does not work because there is a move queen c4 actually picking up the bishop here. So black is doing okay here. So after rook g4, white needs to play bishop d3. But the character of the position has changed a lot. It still shows advantage for white, but it's not so easy to understand exactly what's going on here. There's no even extra pawn here. So let's say e4, you have bishop c2, and queen d6. Black can try to consolidate the position. So advantage for white, but not easy to navigate through these complicated variations.
Beginning with queen e2
Which
as
Anish
well.
already played it.
He did?
Yes.
Wow. I mean, it would be like I have to go through a long list of candidate moves in this position. I understand that capturing on e6 has no payoff. In fact, it just simply doesn't work. So I might be going with b2, b3, thinking to myself, okay, I've got to protect I might be going with bishop to a2. This bishop is trapped. You know, I'm prejudiced in the sense that I'm thinking my queen's active and good on the f3. Yeah. So first of all, I have to overcome my own prejudice that the queen is not actually very well placed on f3, and that it's important to just defend the bishop, and then to see the move bishop g4.
I think Ding will not have an easy time finding that move. It looks
Again, I think for
crazy.
a lot of, I mean, when your back's to the wall, and there's nothing else for you to do except play bishop g4. I think you find bishop g4. But it's not a move that comes intuitively easy. But on the other hand, you don't want to allow a d5 takes e6. Sorry, Nasi.
I think there's some other more logical looking moves.
Yes.
At least that's what I think. Instead of taking on e3 in this current position,
yep.
What if I just take bishop h3?
There you go. That's
grab
a very
one pawn back. And
no, the training is working. I'm so proud. Okay.
And run with the king f8 maybe?
Which was the whole purpose of rook h8 initially, followed by rook g8, is that the black king can get on its hiking boots.
I mean, I'm not loving black's position.
Me
but
either. I probably would play h4 myself, just because, again, I mean, this knight will find, oh, what a gorgeous home on the f5 square. It's like you still have a lot of, I'm going to say, work ahead of you. I just feel like my king's a little bit, well, is a lot better, more protected.
Black king needs to teleport to b8 very, very quickly.
Very, very, very quickly. Okay, that's one game. The Firouzja, Nepo, the imbalances. When we left it about here. I didn't understand this move, rook d8. I love the move. Anything that goes kingside. Something like queen to d3 with the idea of queen e2 and rook to d. I thought, but Nepo played a strange move, rook a8, taking away what I thought was an active rook, and he's going pawn grubbing. Queen e5 would have given Alireza a very nice advantage, as Var showed us. Instead, queen b4, a natural reaction. I want to protect my pawn. We were looking at queen d8 and queen g5, and anything that goes there, there, just go to the king side. I like this move, queen d3, and ever since that appeared, Firouzja went into a tank, a time think, I mean to suggest. And what is the current clock times of these two?
Right, so Firouzja's down to 12 minutes.
Okay.
And Nepo still has 29 minutes.
So Firouzja is burning a lot of clock, and especially after this move, queen d3. Did queen d3 hit him as a surprise, Var? He doesn't look completely happy.
Actually, White has a very strong move here.
He does.
And if he finds this move, Firouzja, he would have excellent winning chances, and it's not easy to see, though. The move is bishop e5 here.
Bishop e5?
Yes. And now you're controlling a lot of the squares the knight wants to go to, but the key is there is a tactical shot, knight takes e3 there.
That looks like a killer blow, actually.
Yes, and you threaten queen g6 check as well. It looks like just a huge blunder.
Right.
But after the move knight takes e3, White has the move queen e4. I can perhaps show this on the board here. So bishop e5, knight takes e3, and it looks like now if you capture queen e3 check, you can lose your rook. Queen g6, queen g2 is coming up. But after this move, queen e4, you're consolidating the position. If you move the queen anywhere, queen takes e3, you're down a piece. And after the recapture on e4, f takes e4, your knight is simply trapped on e3.
Beautiful.
What a cookie.
And if you play f6, just simply bishop f4, and it's a winning advantage for White.
Knight is trapped. Nice.
In the center of the board. That's
right?
quite rare.
That's nice. So there's okay, but I understand you play bishop e5. Great power to you. But I don't have to fall for your cheapo knight takes e3. Can't I instead play, I don't know, f6, queen e2? Anything that...
let's look at the...
Sure.
Queen e2 is actually looks like the very best move here.
Sure, give me the pawn.
Let's start out with this move. Now you're putting pressure on f3, and White will play the move queen to g4.
Queen to g4.
Protecting, and also getting ready to play the move e4.
Okay.
And... but Yasser, we have a move. A5 is played by Alireza.
Which is what queen b4 was all about. I want to keep my pawn and I want to push it. Bishop e5 was a difficult move to be sure, but a5, now what's going on?
So first we need to make sure this knight e3 doesn't work. Let's really quickly look at that idea. If knight takes e3 here, then simply capture queen takes e3. Just want to make sure there's no perpetuals here. So you play king g2.
Right.
And now if queen e2 check in this position, you have to play the move king g3. And looks like no more checks here, and everything is protected. Bishop is guarded by the queen, so white is winning in this variation. If you play the move queen g5 check, then you can play simply king h1, and again, there are no more checks, and after the move queen g4, you will consolidate the position. So knight e3 does not work immediately, and black needs to find this move here. It's a tough move to find, but it makes sense. The bishop is very strong on this diagonal. You need this move f6. To try to reduce the pressure in a lot of these variations and try to make this bishop passive here. After f6, it's not easy to see how white is going to make a progress here. You can't really advance the pawns anymore at the moment. And Engine is suggesting a bishop a1, for example. Not an easy move to find.
Yuck.
And
we
yeah,
do
so
have a couple of
queen
moves.
e2, yeah, we have queen e2 played.
Right.
And this is looks like a blunder once again. We see the same thing, guys. Jan is rushing for no reason. He's got 27 minutes to think, and he's rushing, trying to put opponent in time pressure. And time again, we see the same thing he's doing and blowing away the good positions here.
Excuse me, Var, why is this a blunder?
Now I think Alireza is simply winning, guys, with a
No
move
way.
a6.
Sorry, with what?
A6.
But you don't respect the pawn. I mean, he played queen e2 with the express purpose of queen takes f3.
The problem is this move, Yasser. This beautiful move, queen g4. Ooh. And now the queens will come off the board, and the endgame is just going to be pretty much hopeless. And if you try to, you don't have a good way to keep the queens on the board. You can go this move, but then e4, attack, forking. Queen takes b5. Perhaps you maybe missed something here, but there not even one option. White can play bishop c3 and is winning, can play the move rook c2 is winning. I just don't really understand why is Jan moving so fast in a critical position like this. And Alireza with simply winning advantage if he plays the move a6 right now.
If after a6, black just retakes on a6?
If you take on a6, then just b6.
And the pawn is unstoppable?
Yeah, b7 and bishop e5 is coming up.
So take queen f3 now?
Queen f3 now.
Oh, just there's rook c8. There's nothing.
b7
wow.
and
b7 and rook c8. Yeah.
Game immediately over.
And yeah, you don't have knight h4.
Yeah.
Queen is actually doing a really great job here covering this h4 square.
Controlling the fourth rank.
And the queen g4 idea as well. So
good defensive.
Great opportunity for Alireza to win this game if he finds a6, and he will catch Fabiano.
By the way, when you play the move a5, it's very clear. You're telegraphing, I want to play a6. I want a pawn breakthrough. I want to play a6, b takes a6, b6, so that I can play b7 and rook c8. And that move, rook a8, is getting more and more despicable, because in those lines where we were playing knight takes e3 and going for a perpetual check, if there was a rook on d8, we wouldn't be playing for a perpetual check. Yeah. We'd be playing for a checkmate thanks to queen e2. But queen e2 played very quickly, please.
That Alireza has 8 minutes left for still 12 more moves to go. But of course, if he finds this idea of a6 and queen g4, he won't even need those 8 minutes.
No, he can play it very, very instant, very quickly, I want to say. Once you see a6, queen takes, queen g4, let's trade queens so that I can play b takes a. Once you get here, in your mind's eye, you kind of stop.
Yes.
You kind of stop and you go, uh-oh, what's going on? If I take the knight, he takes my bishop. I'm not a happy camper. And then you go, oh, but wait a minute. All I have to do is maintain. The knight is frozen. The knight on f5 under duress can't move.
Still a question. So let's say we play bishop c3 or something like that.
I think it was rook c2, but bishop c3.
Can black just play h5?
Okay, well, all we have to do is maintain the attack, whether it's queen g5 or maybe queen g2. Your knight's not moving.
Wow.
You're stuck. You're stuck. That's
hard to believe. Black has nothing.
Nothing. And in the meanwhile, by the way, please let me take along another worthy move. wow, a big opportunity knocking for Alireza, and he's reaching for the A-pawn. Come on, Ali, you can do it.
Wow.
Yeah. By the way, I'm one of those people, I really strongly advise, don't do the hover.
Why not?
Yeah, it's a bad habit. Because it also tells the opponent, where should I be looking? If I keep reaching for a
not
knight,
at the board.
yeah. But when you just play the move, and it can be, it can be a real shock, because I'm sure in his mind's eye, Nepo was making this move Queen E2 in order to defend the pawn on B7. And just like you said, Var, why does he play so fast in those very key critical moments like this one when he has 29 minutes? Well, I mean, one of the things is he's been very, very successful throughout his career of putting his opponents in time trouble, but it's the downside too.
So I think it's just not going to work 100% of the time, but for him, it has worked at the candidates tournaments.
Very successful.
But of course,
he's won 2 candidates.
There'll be games where he'll be punished just for playing so
too
fast.
quickly. So A6. So we've been focused on the Ding Liren and Alireza game. Let's just go to Richie's game, because I got to tell you, I mean, I don't know what the record is for moving pieces around the board, but Daniel Deac's knight.
He's a contender.
Yeah, I mean, 31 moves, and I suspect the knight has moved 16 times. you guys are laughing, but don't you think it's been 16 moves? The knight was on B8, you know, and then it went to C6, it went back to B8.
And it was on G4 earlier.
And it was on G4.
And it's still not finished.
And it's still not finished, because it really wants to go to G6 and chase this knight away. It still seems balanced, though, to me, Var. I don't think either player, I mean, there's a weakness on C3, there's a double pawns, but I don't think the imbalances give either player much chances here.
I agree. The engines are showing a very small plus for white here. It wants to play some ideas like knight H5 at some point, but it's very small advantage. I think black should be okay here with the knight maybe on G6. Queen H6 will always be met by Queen F8, for example, is an idea in that case. So very hard to break through in this position. You have some problems with the C3 pawn as well here. Let's take a look at some of the key moves in this position that can happen here.
Sure.
So knight H5. Now you're threatening to play the move Queen H6 and threatening mate on G7. So knight G6 is probably what he's trying to do. And now Queen H6 is going to be met by the move Queen F8. You don't want to trade queens, because after you trade queens, you could be in some serious trouble because of the weaknesses on C3 in particular. There's a tactic rook D4 and picking up the rook on C1 here. So you don't want to trade. You can come back on D2, but really hard to see how white can make any progress here, because you do have your weakness on C3 and you're not really free to move your rooks to maneuver here. And at this point, this G4 pawn doesn't look like it's going to do much here. And in fact, it can actually open up your position here. So I wouldn't be completely surprised if they shuffle a little bit more here, and then perhaps there will be some kind of repetition. But we have a move here, knight D3 played, and
couple of moves, knight D3, knight G6.
Knight G6 makes sense, and he just played that. You definitely don't want to allow the knight to come there. I'm looking at the clock, which is very important. Actually, Deac is ahead on the clock, and he's got 19 minutes versus 15 for Rapport, and looks very solid to me, black's position here. I think Deac is absolutely fine here.
Thank you for that. In the game of MVL, very, very quickly, I like MVL's position. He seems to be enjoying a bit of advantage, but I got to go back to the Anish Giri Ding Liren game, because Ding Liren played the very, very human response, what you suggested, Nasi. He took on H3, and we considered this, King G8, getting on your running shoes. You said it best. All black needs to do is teleport his king to B8, and he's fine.
Yeah.
But there's a big distance between F8 and B8. And after the move King G8, H4 And I got to say, I really love Anish's position after this move, h4. Just keeps all the tension, got f5 on tap, and pardon me, the knight is coming to f5. It really feels good. Bishop to d4, isn't
Is
that
an invitation to take rook d4?
It sure feels like it, right? I mean, I'm still stunned that Wesley So didn't make that exchange sacrifice when he had the opportunity. Let's have a look, shall we? Rook takes, pawn takes. Again, it's about this coordination, this knight on f. You know, we're exchanged down. But sometimes you just got to ask yourself, I'm material down, but what are my opponent's pieces doing? Take a look at the rook on g8 and rook on h8, and are they fearsome? No! They're not frightening anybody. You've got an extra exchange. Good for you. But look at those rooks. They're ineffective. And in the meantime, knight f5, d6. Did you see a defense? Because I don't see a defense here for
Rook e1 is also coming. And
rook
just
e1.
White can still keep improving the position, even here, down in exchange. And I don't know how Black's going to get out of this.
This is a beautiful, beautiful game, Var, because, I mean, this positional piece sacrifice, we're familiar with it. Everybody who has ever played e4, e5 knows about these positional sacrifices, but this exchange sacrifice looks really compelling.
Yeah, definitely Anish is in a driver's seat here. He is winning here. Rook takes d4 is very tempting, but it's not the very best move here.
No.
It's not necessary to play rook d4 in this position. You still have an advantage here, and I will show the key line after rook d4. But the very best move right now is bishop b5. If he finds this move, bishop b5, right now his advantage is like +4 here. If he just can play
+4.
Yes.
That's huge.
What does bishop b5 threaten?
Yeah, let's take a look now. Bishop b5.
The knights are stuck.
Yeah, the knights cannot move. Neither of the knights now you can move in this position, and you're down to some rook moves basically, like rook h5, which is the very best move, or rook g6 here. And then you're just simply trying to play the move knight f5 here. The main thing what you're trying to do here, if you play the move knight f5 here immediately, you run into this tactic bishop takes b2, and your c4 bishop is hanging.
Exactly.
So by putting the bishop on b5, you're avoiding that. And now after knight f5, you're just going to capture, and the black position is just simply collapsing here. He has to do something immediately here. That's why, like rook h5, for example, he can try to maybe sacrifice an exchange. But here you have a few different ways you can continue. Knight c4 is very strong, and that gives you the option also bishop d2 at some point, or you can just simply go for a direct move f4 here. Try to open up the f file against the black king on f8 here.
Black's pieces are all stuck. They make a very horrifying impression.
The queen and bishop look so good on b4 and d4.
They do.
But besides that, terrible.
Yeah,
just
the rooks, the knights. But by the way, Vari, I appreciate what you're saying. Bishop b5 is an outstanding, excellent positional move. But I'm a carnivore. You know, rook takes d4. Give me that guy, munch, and you take a knight f5, which is on the board. I didn't see a defense for Ding.
It's time to return the favor, Yasser. Rook takes g5 now.
Okay.
Eliminating the bishop, very strong bishop here. And this bishop has been a very, very big problem in this game.
Thorn in Black's position for sure.
Finally, you need to get rid of this bishop. So pawn takes, and now you have this move knight e4, and
thanks to queen takes c4.
Queen takes e4. Yeah, there is a queen c4. So, and now actually you have to find the only move here to have that big advantage here still. And I think probably Anish will find this. It makes sense. The move is bishop d3 here. Just move the bishop away and no longer hang, and attack the knight on e4.
Knight c5 walks into mate in 1.
Yeah,
queen
knight
e7.
c5, queen e7. So here, the only move to stay in the game is knight c3 now. Sacrificing the knight, you capture, and then d takes c3. There are still some threats in this position, some queen a3 ideas, and the queen is the best piece here, covering the e7 square, not allowing white to just win immediately. Here, you're going to have to give up some pawns here. It's not so easy. But let's jump into the Duda and MVL to see what do we have there? What
It
development?
seems like a repetition
yeah.
is going on as the players have gotten into, well, bishops of opposite color. I said MVL is for choice, and that is still the case. But unfortunately for him, these bishops of opposite color positions, there's not enough of an advantage in it, and takes. By the way, for Duda, these bishops endings have been a bit of a curse.
He needs to be
right?
careful. He needs to be careful. Yes.
Right, like don't blunder.
I'm sure he has learned his lesson after that game.
Right, yeah, it takes on e6. So yeah, okay, these players are heading towards.
I think they're just gonna shake hands momentarily.
No, you think there's gonna be a handshake? I
need
think
to-
they're gonna be. I think they're
Need
gonna
to
play for
find a
another
repetition, you know.
like 20 moves, right?
Yeah,
No.
they'll probably improve their kings.
No, MVL gave up the pawn, and I think they'll find a way to repeat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Nepo did take on f3, and Firouzja played queen g4 immediately.
He did play a6, queen takes d3, and queen g4. Yeah. Ooh, Firouzja could be on the verge of a win.
Now bishop c1, king d3, or king f2, bishop b2. Yeah.
There we go. They found the repetition.
D.
And if Firouzja wins today, he will catch our leader, Caruana.
Yes, he was +1 coming in today, and Fabi also very aware that Richie Rapport was also a +1. As he said, it doesn't help my tournament if Richie wins, and that is definitely the case. So a draw agreed. Both of these players coming in today looking for a win. A draw will not help their campaigns. Let's jump to Alireza versus Nepo, because help me out here. 2 losses for Nepo, 1 win, right?
Yes.
And this could be his 3rd loss of the tournament.
We are going to reach, I think, an end game, guys, that I wanted to maybe show you that it looks like White should be able to win, but there's going to be some technical difficulties here. A queen g4 move is forced. The best response. Okay, he takes back hg, knight d6. Now we have 2 options. We can play bishop e5 or bishop a3. Bishop e5 is a more natural. So pawn takes pawn, bishop d6. This is the best continuation for black. So we have this resulting endgame here. 5 pawns for black, 3 here for white here. And if we can win the b pawn, I think it should be pretty straightforward win here. But I don't think it's going to be that easy to win this pawn immediately.
Jan didn't exchange the queens. He went queen d5.
He did play queen d5. And we had been looking at e4.
This, I think, just loses if, now
he's got e4 on the board.
Yes, this, I think, with the queens on the board, I think.
So after queen takes b5, Firouzja just needs to make a move like rook c2.
I guess what Jan is trying to do, he's trying to keep the queens on the board to generate some chances. Firouzja is actually in a little bit of time trouble here. So rook c2, I think Jan will play rook takes a6. E takes f5, and then play the move e5.
Whoa,
so blockading the diagonal and stopping the mate. And white is, of course, winning here. You can play queen g3 here, putting pressure on e5. Very nice advantage. There is even the move f4, but probably you're not going to play that because it's weakening the king here. So e4. So this is the current position. 5 minutes for Alireza and 17 minutes for Jan here with 9 more moves to go.
Right. Thank you for that. We do have a tweet. I've been anxious to see what whether or not we're going to get stumped by our audience. And well, I guess we're not going to get the tweet. Apologies. My apologies for that. More. Russian, help me out here.
From Jan-Krzysztof.
Is that
I
Joseph
think.
Smith?
Yes, something like that.
Okay.
Which player has the best playing for win/for fun balance? I would say Rapport does his best not to get bored of any opening.
That is true. He's one for throwing the patties. That is for sure.
I think he answered his own question because it is
Richie
Rapport for
is-
sure.
But I think there are a lot of players. For me, Veselin Topalov was one of those players that he didn't mind. Well,
I have one.
Yes,
Sorry.
please.
No, go ahead. I will remember.
I was
my
about to
answer.
say he didn't mind losing, even though he minded losing. He was one of those players who were taking excessive risks to try to win. I mean, he was much happier winning 2 and losing 2 than making 4 draws. I mean, he really played hard. And Veselin, when he was on top form, watch out. He's a force to be reckoned with. Who did you have in mind?
Hikaru Nakamura.
He likes to play.
Yes.
He likes to play.
He also tries a lot of fun openings.
Yeah, throw those patties. How about you, Var? Who comes to mind when you have the fun versus serious ratio?
Definitely Veselin. I remember him playing a lot of sharp lines. I see even World Championship matches he played lines where he sacrificed a couple of pawns. And of course, Richard Rapport plays a lot of interesting openings, and we saw a little bit of that from Liren as well. You know, playing unusual openings, let's say, in a World Championship matches. From the very top, I think at the moment, definitely Richard Rapport. He tries a lot of these different openings. That openings you don't think it's going to work at a very high level.
Right. And let's just take a quick reminder of the results thus far in this round 7.
Right, we have 2 draws between Duda and MVL.
Right.
And Wesley versus Caruana.
Which was unfortunate because that Wesley versus Fabi game, that was for first place. And it was a tepid draw at the office. So he kind of a little bit disappointed.
Which is good news for Firouzja since he's about to catch up with the Liren.
And potentially good news for Rapport as well, as he's on the outside looking in. And Bishop A1, I think that was one of the moves we were looking at. Rook C2, Bishop C3, anything that maintains the diagonal so that we can threaten to play E4 takes F5. Bishop A1 is that move the precise move? Because it wasn't high on your list there, Var.
No, it's not the best move here. There is an interesting idea now for Jan to try to escape. The best move was to play Rook C2, and the advantage was almost +5 in that position here. So let's take a look why Bishop A1 might not be the best move here for Alireza. So Queen A6 is one option.
Okay, give me the knight.
You take the knight. And now, very unexpected, Queen takes A1.
Uh-oh, fortress.
So you take
fortress
back.
Alert, yep.
Rook A1 check.
Right.
King G2.
Right.
E takes F5. Queen takes F5. And now we know the rook belongs on the
E6 or G6?
6th rank here.
Right.
So we can play Rook A6. So let's say you play Queen C8 check, King H7, take on B7, and yeah, this endgame is actually, the evaluation is surprisingly low. You see, and there's a possibility that you're not going to be able to win this position. Of course, you still have the H pawn. If you didn't have the H pawn, it would just have been completely equal. But I think there are some serious difficulties in this position to make progress here. If I just King H2, Rook F6.
Right.
How to make progress and try to advance in this position? Let's say F3, and now G6.
Yeah, I think I want to set my rook up on F5.
And the pawn on H5.
H5 and just shuffle my king to G8 and to G7. Yeah.
So, yeah, this missed opportunity here, and I think Jan needs to find this move Queen A6. Another option he has is this move H5 here.
Okay.
I think it's going to result into the same kind of position here. So let's say Queen G5.
Okay.
Now you play the move Queen A6. E takes F5. Again, Queen A1. It's the same idea, just we have
Same
a pawn
fortress.
on H5 and E takes F5. And now you have a choice actually. Perhaps you can take on H5 here.
Yeah, I think I would take on H5, and thank you for the opportunity.
Yes.
allowing this.
And if g6, we can come back and maybe create some targets with the move h4, h5. So I think this h5 move doesn't do that much. The best thing to do here is just to go queen a6, sacrifice the queen on a1, and there are some good chances for a fortress in that position for Jan.
Exactly. I asked my friend Jan Timman, who has been doing a great deal of work on studies. I said, Jan, what has your work on studies revealed to you? What are some of the most surprising things about the studies? And he said, well, Yasser, one of the biggest surprises is you put a black rook in this position on the f6 square. You take away the f7 pawn. You take away the h6 pawn. You take away the b7 pawn. So black has one pawn on g7, a black rook that goes back and forth between f6 and h6, and you put 5 white pawns on the board.
5?
5. h5, h4, h3, I think that's 5. Or, yeah, it could be h6, h5, h4, h3, h2. So white only has h pawns, and it's a dead draw, even though you have a rook and pawn versus queen and, let's say, 4 pawns.
Yes.
And it's an easy draw. So I'm thinking that the chances of this fortress holding are much greater than the chances of Firouzja winning, which means the move bishop a1 is a bad move.
Yeah. I think I've seen this fortress in Dvoretsky's endgame manual.
Okay.
I'd love to pull it up right now and check.
Yeah, just to say, okay, check your memory if it's working. Well, that would be a huge miss for Alireza, because a victory and our defending Grand Chess Tour champion would be tied for first. Let's just jump back to the game of Anish, Giri, and Ding Liren, because if Anish pulls this off, it may be one of his career defining moments, because it's been an extraordinary game throughout. When we left it here. As you prescribe, Var, rook takes g5, h takes g5, only move, knight to e5, attacking the bishop. I think Var just said drop back with the bishop, advantage white. We saw instead bishop b5, knight g4, king b1, and Anish is prepping some kind of maneuver, whether it be queen e4.
He's
What is
down
the
to
clock?
2 minutes.
2 minutes for how many moves?
11 moves.
Uh-oh.
In this very, very tough position.
There is one difference, guys. When we were looking at this position, we were looking at the move knight e4, actually.
Pardon me, we were looking at the position when? Sorry.
Instead of knight e5.
Instead of knight e5 on...
Yes, I apologize, you're right,
so
yes.
The best defense was knight e5, knight e4 in this position.
Right.
And here bishop d3 is the only move, and knight c3. White is probably still almost winning, but it's still not easy. But the way that Ding played knight e5, Anish played the best move, bishop e5, very logical, putting the bishop on a very stable square. And now you have a knight hanging, and you need to try to defend it and move that knight.
You've got 2 knights
Yes,
hanging,
now king b1.
E5 and
here
f6.
f4 is...
desirable, but rook h2.
There is some rook h2 idea here as well. So the question is what black can really do here. Black has few options. You can play the move d3, or you can play the move rook h2 here. So let's start out with rook h2.
Okay.
Again, Ding doesn't have that much time. So the best move here is to play d6. Sacrifice a pawn. What you're trying to achieve here is to open up the c file for your rook, and now you take rook c8, back rank, checkmate. So king g8 could be played, and in this case you have a move bishop d3. And now again you have this rook c8 idea coming up, and looks like a winning advantage here for white.
Black's king is just so vulnerable in this position after
Ding just played the
d6
move king g8, and I think Anish now is winning. This was not a very good move, and Anish can just win the game here with the move knight to h6 check.
Wow. And in their head-to-head, it's tight, but it's favor her.
Anish had a little bit of an advantage with 2 more wins, and he's about to have one more, maybe.
Maybe one more. 21 draws. That's a lot of draws between the two. But what is it about that move knight h6 that is so compelling, Var, because, what can I say? I'm looking at that knight on f5, and I'm just loving it. I just think that it's just such a great knight. I wouldn't be eager to necessarily trade it, but it's just that the resulting position, the black king.
I can show what's happening now. You have to take knight h6 on the
Right.
move, and now queen takes e5, and the knight is hanging, so your only score is to go to his g4, and after this move, I actually can play even a move like queen f5, and knight doesn't have squares to go to, so. And I have also g6 ideas. I can also simply just capture a pawn, very important pawn actually on c7, and now the threat is to play queen c8 check and pick up the knight, and now we have also a very strong pass pawn. The main problem here is also black doesn't have any counterplay. We have exchanged a lot of the pieces, and there's just simply no counterplay here for black.
You had me on queen f5 and g6. Knight h6 check, knight takes h6, queen takes e5, and knight g4, queen f5 with the introduction of g6. That's horrifying. The black king is just going to get ransacked there. Wow. And knight h6, as you've prescribed it, Var. And I can almost feel Ding's pain. I mean, the world champion is not supposed to be getting disabused, you know. No, that's not what happens to world champions. They're the ones usually meting out the punishment and showing why they are world champions. But this move, knight h6, really is very, very powerful. And Anish just needs to keep his composure. Queen takes e5, knight g4. I like grabbing pawns, but that move, queen f5, is just so strong. And for Ding Liren,
Terrible, terrible tournament for
I
him.
never saw that coming. He was actually my pick to win the event. I missed it by just a smidge.
Me too, Yasser.
You too. Well, misery loves company. Thank you for joining me, Var.
Yeah. I think one thing is clear: Ding cannot wait this tournament to finish. You know, every time I think he plays, it's just, it seems it's like frustration. You know, he just, he's not at his best, and so he's definitely struggling now.
A lot of these guys are not going to say, you know, tiredness is a factor or anything like that. The World Championship match, I remember very vividly an incredible 1978 World Championship match in Baguio City, Philippines, between Korchnoi and Karpov. Almost immediately after the tournament ended, Victor Korchnoi jumped on one of those Concorde flights from Tokyo to Rio in order to go to Buenos Aires to play for the Swiss Olympic team. Wow. Like almost from the time the closing ceremony.
Did he do well?
Oh, he destroyed the field.
Wow.
I mean, he's just frightening. And he was so mad, you know, like from losing the championship. The funny part about that story is that he goes from Tokyo to Rio, and really, it's not a joke. I mean, he arrives after an 8-hour flight, Tokyo-Rio on Concorde, and it was an 8-hour delay from Rio to Buenos Aires. It was pretty funny. He missed the first few rounds of the Olympiad. Knight h6, queen takes e5 on the board, knight g4, and here Anish is just enjoying the choices. Queen takes c7, very strong move, as you said. Does threaten queen c8 check, picking up the knight. At the same time, you just gave yourself an awesome
I think every
passer.
move here should be winning. Queen f5,
But
queen f4.
that's the move.
Queen g3, queen e2, all of them should be completely crushing.
But I saw something with g6, and I just said, oh.
Nothing else matters.
Yeah, that's a thud. Yeah. So queen f5 and g6 on my next turn, and I think Ding will throw in the towel because his king is just, again, about to be ransacked.
And that's going to put Anish in +1, and he's only half a point behind Fabiano.
And I think he still has to play Fabiano, right?
That's right, yes. Tomorrow, I believe. I mean, Fabio actually is facing all of his closest pursuers. He just played Firouzja.
Wesley.
Yeah, today.
yeah.
But Firouzja...
Yesterday.
Yeah, and Firouzja was in second, having won 2 in a row. Draw. Today he played Wesley, who's just a half a point behind. Draw. And then Anish.
He has Anish
Giri.
and Rapport left in the last 2 rounds.
All of his nearest pursuers. For Fabi, if he's going to win this tournament, well, he's going to do it the hard way by playing all of his nearest competitors in the championship rounds. We don't have Queen F5 on the board, but at this moment, it seems like it's all one-way traffic. If I could ask you, what does the engines do? Well, they're obviously going to say white's +2, Firouzja's queen versus the rook, but are they finding any way of breaking the fortress, or are they just looping around VAR?
I think the evaluation is actually increased a little bit here, and I think perhaps maybe this move G6 played by Alireza in this position.
Played by Nepo.
Sorry, played by Nepo here. So the question is if this G6 was necessary or not, because we saw Black was also, looks like holding by just keeping the rook on a 6th rank on G6 and F6. But he did play the move G6, and now Queen C8 check, King G7. And I think this H5 needs to be played here, because if you take here, I think after the move Rook A5 is immediate draw, because you can just go Rook H5, Rook F5.
Right.
And I don't see any way that you can try to improve your king in this position. Very, very important to keep the pawn on H6. So, so I think this would just simply be a draw after Rook H5, Rook F5. So that's why the move H5, I think, needs to be played here.
Mm-hmm.
And is this really winning?
Let's see. Its evaluation has increased at least.
Tremendously,
and now it's close to +5 in this position, +10.
Wow.
Now, with the stronger engine. So
wow.
Again, once again, we see Nepo again playing
very quickly.
We have
again.
H5 on the board.
By the way, I was telling you about Jan Timman's studies and the idea of leaving the pawn on G7 so that you could go Rook F6, Rook H6, and it's like that pawn on G7 is actually key. When we saw the move G6, a step in the wrong direction, and after H5, G5, now we see that there's possibilities that the rook could end up getting into a zugzwang. Like, okay, obviously I'm going to take this pawn, right? Let's just make some moves for a moment, and let's just see how I would try to achieve a zugzwang, okay? So we're here. And then the idea is, what is Black's next move? You don't want to necessarily play King H7 and allow Queen to F8. So
maybe just Rook F6, Rook E6, back
right.
and forth.
Except Rook F6 walks into this really, really egregious eternal pin.
Oops.
Oops.
Game over instantly.
Right. So F6 is a mine square. You can't go to F6.
And if I go far, let's say Rook A6, will I lose the rook on check? Some kind of checks?
Indeed. Let's have a look-see. So I'll go check.
I have to go to G8.
You'll go to G8. Okay.
I mean, white can just push the king to G4 and...
Maybe even to F5. I'm just wondering which would be... Yeah, queen to C4. This is how it might be impossible to keep a fortress. By the way, intriguingly to my mind, Firouzja wasn't interested in the pawn on B7. He played Queen C4 immediately. Help me out there, VAR. I'm a pawn grubber. How dare he?
I think he's going to be able to take this pawn back soon anyway, but don't see why he didn't take on B7. Let's take a look. He's going to be able to take it just 1 or 2 moves later now. He can,
move.
yeah, he has Queen C3 check here.
Okay.
And you're going to go King G8.
Okay.
Queen C8 check.
And
King
pick up
G7,
the pawn
and pick up the pawn here. Just we can go a little bit deeper to see how actually white is winning this position. So let's say rook d6, and we put the queen on b2 first.
Okay.
And I think if you allow the queen to h8, I think that position
over.
is winning. So
Right.
we need to really look at the position where
king h7 or
king
h7
h7 or king g8. Let's say king h7.
Okay.
But the problem now here is the queen will get into f8.
Ouch. So we have to go king g8.
Yeah, we have to go king g8 here.
Right.
But now we lose to the move queen b8, losing the rook.
Ouch.
So rook doesn't
What
have
is my
too
rook
many
doing?
squares.
No, I think the rook is on e6 in the game, Var.
So maybe play king g8.
Yeah,
Try
keep the rook defended.
Yeah, so king g3.
King g7.
King g7. And now queen b2. Check.
King g8.
King g8.
Should the white king go to f5?
Well, I was thinking if you go king g4, rook e4 check.
My idea is if I manage to get
sure.
my king on f5, then I could sacrifice with queen c8, queen takes e6, and pawn endgame should be winning.
I was going to transfer my rook to f4. I was thinking that the rook isn't actually great on e6. So king g4, Var, if you wouldn't mind just putting that
king
on
g4,
the board. Rook check.
Rook check.
King f5, rook
F4.
check. King e5. And I put my rook on f4. Good or bad?
It looks like evaluation is increased, so this should be winning.
Wow.
But again, let's see how exactly. So king h. Let's say if king h7.
Okay.
Now queen, king d6. King is going to e7.
Oh, king to f8. Ouch.
And now you cover the e file first, so there is no checks on e file, and something like this, as mentioned, looks like this.
Yeah.
Rook e6.
This is the line
just winning.
Nazi
Yeah.
wanted to go into a king and pawn endgame and make a collection.
Absolutely. So, yeah, looks like Alireza should be able to win this position with accurate play here.
But it's remarkable that he played g6
Right.
because that pawn on g7, could make all the difference in the world. So Alireza going to win a game that, well, he was winning, drawing, winning, maybe still winning.
Nepo missed the chance to create a great fortress.
Okay, Anish, Giri, Ding, Liren. Well,
Almost over.
Almost over, but he didn't play the move queen f5. He
grew up the pawn.
Yeah, he's a gold-carrying member of the Pawn Grubbers Society. He played queen takes e7 with the threat of queen c8 and give me the knight. Ding got out of that threat with the move king g7, but then walked into g6, rook f8 takes, and we can just see that there's a lot of suffering going on here. Maybe the suffering is actually going to be over right away once you notice that there's a move queen c3 check is one line, as well as queen g3 is the other simple alternative. Both queen c3 check, and again, it's all about this knight being in a pin, and I think that's it. I think.
I think we'll see.
And there's a handshake.
Being resigned, and Anish on +1 now.
Wow. I mean, seriously, guys, sometimes you just got to tip your hat and say to Anish, when you do your best game collection, this game is, chapter 1. Defeating the new world champion convincingly. A beautiful positional sacrifice from start to finish. Anish was in the driver's seat. He was dictating.
From move 12 or something.
Maybe a few chances for Ding to equalize, but now he's a half a point behind, and suddenly,
And he's playing the leader tomorrow.
Right, the sun is shining, the birds are chirping, everything's going well, and our results so far.
Right, we
after
started
this very important victory
with a quick draw between Wesley and Fabiano Caruana.
Right.
Then a second draw between Duda and MVL. And just now we had a win by Giri against Ding.
Bringing Anish to +1, a half a point behind our tournament leader, Caruana. But Fabi may have company as Alireza, our defending Grand Chess Tour champion. He's putting together a very nice game, and we are expecting that he will take down Nepo as the two players there ding. Now, Richard is not out of it. Excuse me. Richard is not out of it either. He's at +1. Hey, guys, some room at the top. Can you guys... he's playing against Deac, and we've kind of felt that the position has been balanced for some time. He set up that line that you mentioned, Var, with Queen G5, but you said that Black could meet this with Queen F8, which is exactly what has happened. By the way, let me make sure that the players aren't repeating the position a bit. They haven't so far.
I think they just reached move 40, so
right.
Richie will try to come up with some ideas to change up the position, because they've been in this position for last, feels like 30 moves.
It seems so, right? They did somehow, there was a black bishop on d6 that did trade itself off for a white knight. Var still looks very balanced, but maybe slightly better for white. I'm not sure, though, because this pawn on c3 is so weak, and you mentioned rook c4 and rook takes d4 as a type of possibility that white doesn't want to suffer.
Yeah, not much progress has been made here. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some type of repetition here. Queen g5, queen e7, and they've just been maneuvering. Richie tried to bring the knight on d3, but there was not much luck there because you can't really go to e5. And now he's trying to create some chances, but it's queen f8 is just very solid here. Yeah, and it looks like this game is probably going to be a draw here, but Firouzja played that move, queen c3 check, and he's going to pick up the pawn against Jan, and I think that endgame is lost. I think Jan definitely misstep, with this move g6.
Right.
Changing the structure in this kind of positions where you think you have a fortress is very important, and especially in endgames, you have to be very careful moving these pawns. And now king h7, queen c7 will be played. First, you have to eliminate that pawn before Black plays the move b6. It could be, if the pawn remains on the board, it's not going to be that easy.
Exactly.
So it's important to pick up the pawn, and I think with activating the king, he should be able to win this position.
So what a day if the world champion and the challenger go down today.
Yeah, again,
Absolutely.
I mean, as we came in today's broadcast and we did the standings, and I'm looking at a tie for 7th, 8th, and 9th position, which featured challenger and champion tied from 7th, 8th, and 9th. Now I think if Nepo loses, 8th and 9th are reserved exclusively for the champion and challenger. Really, really, really shocking to see two of the greatest players in the world suffering in the lower half of the field. Goes to show Grand Chess Tour can't take anything for granted. These guys are so good. And we do expect that the queen will...
Queen f3.
Queen f3,
Yeah.
okay. I was about to say queen c7 picks up the pawn. Queen f3, the old double attack, does the same. And I think maybe the move queen f3 is actually more precise. If I do play the move queen c7, maybe I'm giving my opponent an opportunity to put his rook on f4 when my king isn't already on e5, and I may regret that. So Alireza's move queen f3 just stops you from playing rook f6. And if you do play king g7, don't think you're going to go rook f6 in these positions either, because oops.
And here we go back to that question we had, which is more important, openings or endgames.
Right.
And even on this level today, it's like
see.
If Nepo remembered that he can set up a fortress with the pawn on g7.
On g7, that's
he
exactly
could have
right.
saved this game.
So imagine that you played this perfect opening, and you got everything, and then it led to a position where you have a draw. And because you don't know the endings and you end up playing the move g7, g6, and g6, g5, you lose.
And on the other hand, Firouzja knew when to immediately play h5 in the right moment.
Exactly. So it's kind of strange, but You know, if I could play, for example, as black here, king g8, queen takes, and then the illegal move, g5, g7, my chances of holding a fortress just increase exponentially. Again, if the pawn was on g7, I would put the rook on f6, and I would just be moving my king back and forth and saying to my opponent, how are you going to improve your king? How are you going to improve your queen? And that move g6, that'll rue the day, as we're expecting 2 victories. And let's jump to Bucharest, as Cristian is with our latest winner.
We are here with Anish after a brilliant victory against the world champion, Liren. Anish, you came, you're smiling, you're quite happy right now. Tell us a bit about your feelings.
No, I'm of course very happy to be the world champion. This year I've beaten a world champion, you could say thrice maybe. I mean, it's hard to say because I beat Magnus when he was world champion, then I beat Ding before he was world champion, now I beat him again, so I'm really happy with that. But as you mentioned before we started the interview, we are just taking advantage of the tired world champion.
Tell us a bit about how you took advantage of the energy levels. You started off with this idea H3,
I think I remembered that this move order is not very good because I can sack. Yeah, because I think the sack here is strong. Like in many cases, the sack is okay for black, but in this case, I think it was strong. But here,
perhaps maybe he can start with g5 before cancel?
Yeah, obviously, yes. For example, I mean, amongst many things you can do is you can start with, but of course here, I mean, you have to reckon like, H4 is a thing, yeah? So it's not so obvious. But in general, like, there are so many move orders, it's just, I was fortunate that I looked at this. There was one hilarious idea here that you go king e2. Did you see this one? It's very nice.
This is what Fabi was mentioning.
Did he know it before? Or?
No. He was just wondering what the move is after bishop takes f2.
No, this is, I had this position in my prep with slightly different version. I knew this idea. But here, I was not sure. I think I should have gone rook f1 and knight f5. Later I realized that, because I didn't see what he wants to do, but I felt that this was soft. Yeah, maybe, because, okay, you know, the idea of rook h8 is very interesting. Now he wants to set up the bishop f2 trick. Let's say g4, he goes bishop f2. If I go knight g3, there is actually very beautiful, a beautiful idea. I thought knight g3 is very bad because of king g6. Okay, I didn't see knight f5. I thought h4, and it's very nice. Now bishop g4, bishop f6, queen d7. This is the thematic trick.
Yeah.
I didn't want to fall for. Yeah, knight e3, bishop e3, fe is sort of a thing in these positions. So I was kind of going for this. And after queen d7, I just got a little confused. I didn't see how to break through somehow, because I was calculating the stuff with rook f1, knight b8, knight f5, takes, knight d7, f4, I guess. I think ef4, even I was not sure. And it was a little vague all. I didn't see how I'm winning. Rook f4, yes, and it's not obvious. Let's say queen e5 compares to king g2. I didn't quite see all this. Like, I thought he might escape here. So I thought knight long castle, I thought it was strong because knight b8 idea was to go d4. Yeah. And this, I was not sure actually. I was actually expecting this. I think I saw, I think I saw I have a repetition. At least. I'm wondering why not queen g3 first? Knight h5, bishop f6, no? Ah, this is an illusion.
Queen h7? Queen h... no. Queen
yeah, this is an illusion. Okay, maybe
Wait, where's the illusion? Ah,
yeah,
he has another knight.
Yeah, I think... Okay, so I need to first include bishop d5,
okay.
c6, and now do this. And now I can take on e7 and take on e6, and the d6 pawn is falling. Okay, like that, yeah. I mean, frankly, I was not sure. Actually, he was probably okay after this whole thing. It's probably a draw. It was very vague to me. Rook h8, I was very confused. He played very fast.
Draw, but not easy, right?
No, and also, I mean, it's just like super unclear. I mean, I knew knight f1, bishop f2 idea. Like, to be honest, that was more or less all about this position. Yeah. It was not even this position. It was frankly another one, which was very similar. So I had to like figure out on my own, and I was far from sure if I'm following the right path. It was all a little vague. I mean, knight f5, knight d5, without the engine screaming. You know, I have a very nice setup. You know, in my room, I have like a bunch of engines. They're super deep, and I'm sitting there, and it's all clear. Knight f5, knight d5, and it all looks great. Yeah. Then you come to the board, and you're a total idiot. There. not forget, you just have no idea. Like you look at the same 95, 95, and you don't know which one on your powerful engine is +2, which one is -0.50, you know which one is, and it looks all very different.
But it's also one of those positions that you don't take seriously as much, because you see +2 and then you continue a little bit, but then you're like, okay.
Yeah, no, of course. I mean, you cannot. If you're going to check every +2 in this kind of openings, I mean, you need to prepare a lot of months, and there are so many +2s. So, of course, I shouldn't have checked it. I'm just saying that it was not easy to play. Of course, I was very happy. Of course not. Of course, I was happy. I thought as soon as he allows knight d4, as soon as he allows d4, I thought he's toast. But it was very unclear, I realized, after he played it. I see now computer says knight f5. I didn't really see the point after this and knight d7. I thought he's escaping now. Okay, I mean, computer says, yeah, you can just do it slowly. Okay, but I thought d4. The whole point of going long castle was that I have knight b8, d4. Yeah. And in dcd, I thought knight c6 maybe. And I was calculating this line. Actually, I thought at some point maybe he's all right. I think rook d4. But then upon closer inspection, I realized I am better. So I can take, knight g4. E4. I thought rook f8, take, queen b7. I thought actually he might hold this. I didn't see e4. I thought rook f8. So like yeah, knight f6, rook f6, queen b7. This was what I thought, and I thought that actually he might hold. Yeah. But at this point, close, right? I was not sure. I realized I was not even sure. Maybe I was never winning. I don't know. I was just sort of going with the flow, and I was happy at least. Here was a key moment after queen b4. I have queen e2 because king b1. My original intention would be a mistake for a different reason than I thought. Although I saw this actually that it's probably a draw. This thing, yeah, it's a beautiful perpetual. And queen e4 check. I saw this one, yeah. I also thought, besides this, I also thought bishop d4 was okay. Rook d4, e d4, dfe. But yeah, I mean, okay, it of course feels very dubious, but I thought it was okay. But it's actually not. Yeah, I mean, bishop.
So you have take knight g4.
Yeah, I didn't see knight g4, of course. I mean, I'm down in exchange, but.
This king is super
I missed knight g4. I thought, you know, this stuff is hanging here, so I missed this.
But even this is not.
No, anyway, queen e2. Queen e2 is anyway. Right? Queen e2 was the key anyway.
Best move, yeah.
Yeah, and I saw this. That was another move I have, and I thought king b1 is better, but then I realized actually that queen e2 is the move. Yeah. And that's where I felt, like here, I felt that things are turning my way. Now I was certain I'm better. And he tried. I'm not sure if I.
For us, it almost felt like this was the critical moment. If you find queen e2. Yes. Practically, he's the one having a much more difficult situation.
Here was interesting. I could go knight c2, which was good, but I thought bishop d4. Yeah, here, okay, the hand took. Maybe I shouldn't have, but I thought, you know, if rook d4 is indeed winning, and I'm not gonna do it, like, you know, then I'm the bad guy, you know.
You have to sacrifice the rook.
Yeah. Okay, and here he is completely lost. Yeah, it's nice because he after the game he tried rook h2. It felt very bad for him, but we didn't see actually the exact win here after king g8. But it is bishop to d3, taking away the h7 square. Very important. Yeah, I hope I would have found this. But basically, the point here is that my king is super safe. Bishop on b5 is nice because there is no perpetual mechanism anymore. Yeah. And his king on f8 is slow burning, and after king g8, knight h6, yeah, it's all over. So I think I was quite lucky somewhere around here. Normally, he would calculate these things better than me, but. Taking advantage of title champion.
Anish +1 going into the championship round, still half a point behind the leader or the leaders, depending on what Alireza is going to do. Tomorrow you're playing one of them, Fabiano with the black pieces. How are you going to strategize that matchup?
Well, nowadays it's very difficult. Also for players playing white. Because, you know, against 1e4, you know, I can play the Berlin, I can play the knight, I can also play the French, as is very trendy now. Yes. But the problem for the black players is that nobody knows also what first move white will play, so it's hard to strategize. But I think more than the tournament score, I'm just happy that I won a game because it's been a while, and it's very hard to win a game in a top tournament, in a top classical tournament, because everybody is very well prepared, defending very well, and there are many ways in which you can not win a game. First of all, you might get worse. Secondly, you might have equality and not have any chances. Third, you might get a chance but not utilize it. Fourth, you might be winning but you might ruin it. Fifth, you might be completely winning and you might still ruin it.
So how many of those did you have in this tournament?
Yeah, in my career I've had plenty, but in this tournament so far I didn't have any chances. On very small ones, like very fleeting ones. Like against Alireza, I had the one move when I was a bit better. And I misassessed that moment, and then I was no better anymore. So I'm just happy that I won today's game. I think the standing is early to count the hands. I play still wonderful players. every day here. It's you're treated, to either a world champion or a challenger or an ex-challenger. And I have still Fabiano, who is a legend, and Jan Nepomniachtchi, playing contemporary legends of our sport every day, and this is really beautiful. And in general, I think this tournament is quite wonderful because it is, you sort of play this generation of legends born around 1990. And there are no youngsters, nor is there Magnus. It's okay. Alireza doesn't count; he's too high rated to be a youngster. So it is sort of an interesting
mix,
pure event. Well, the opposite. There's no mix. It's like one generation is present here. It's actually very interesting.
But still, Alireza is kind of like the new generation.
Alireza will accept him because he's very high rated. We'll accept him in. But I mean, usually you've got Gukesh, Abdusattorov.
He's an elder already.
Guys, Alireza also. He's so it's too cocky to be a youngster.
Speaking of Alireza, Anish, and you're a great commentator, and you actually made some interesting points. Tell us a bit about this endgame.
Yeah, it's fascinating, this one. As far as I remember, but I was thinking about it. So as far as I remember, this should be lost for black. And I even think, okay, just for argument's sake, I even think I thought this was lost because I remembered that the wisdom is if you've got the pawn on h6, you don't have rook h6, rook e6 moves. So the wisdom is that you should not have that pawn on h6. But I was, yes. But then I was wondering while we were talking, I was wondering about one thing. So I think this is supposed to be a Zugzwang, something like that.
Some checks.
This is the Zugzwang. But then I was wondering how does white win after this? Because queen f8 and rook f6 check.
Yeah.
But I see that. Okay, we need table bases.
And then what?
Maybe we get. Yeah, we get. King g7, queen e5.
Queen e5.
Yeah, anyway, I was suddenly wondering about it. But as far as I remember, maybe I mixed up with something very similar, but as far as I remember, the knowledge is that with the pawn h6...
no, I think you're correct about that.
Like this position. With the pawn h6 is a win for white, and without the black pawn h6 is a draw, which is insanely counterintuitive. Yeah. It's like incredible. And the point is that you've got rook h6, rook e6. Well, I think the thing about the game, I think it's even easier, because there is no more the stalemate ideas. The extra f-pawn, it's just nice to have. And I think when you eventually... We need to do it...
So let's say you go king f5?
Yeah, then rook a5. We need to do it accurate. Maybe here, here, and then here. I think once you get this, rook e6, maybe f3. I think this is sort of the Zugzwang we have. And now king h7, queen f8 is winning on the spot. And
you don't even have rook f6.
No.
You still have the g pawn.
And in general, it's nicer to have a pair of pawns on the board. Just for the winning side, it's always better to have a pair more. So I think this is a win. And the idea is that if you make a random move here, there's going to be some bad news happening to you. I don't know what it is, but something bad should happen to you. Oh, also, you know what's the problem, Cristian? Another problem we have here. Another problem we have is that...
if you go rook e6, queen takes e6.
Yeah, this is another problem that you wouldn't have without the G and F pawns. Yeah. It should be a technical win for Alireza. I am curious, was the mix-up as early as...
Not so much. Not so much.
Yeah, he was all right, yeah?
No, he equalized.
Was fine. Oh, he was equalized. Okay,
he equalized,
It just the rook takes maybe, the more natural.
I think just giving up the pawn was probably not
it was actually cool, though. But he should have brought the knight to
g6, but it's a bit counterintuitive.
Yeah, actually it was, he played pretty well in the opening, with black. Yeah. But of course, when you sacrifice a pawn for activity, you gotta have it all straightened out, Not easy.
Anish, thank you very much for joining us and giving your insights.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Anish and Cristian. I think Anish is taking over our job
as commentator.
Let's take a look at Anish's road ahead. Thanks to his victory, he's pulled himself right up there on the podium. Wow.
Yes, he has.
Round 8.
Yeah, he's in +1, and tomorrow he has the tournament sole leader Fabiano Caruana. Well,
Could
at
destiny
the moment.
be knocking on his doorstep?
And like he said, he's playing 2 World Championship challengers.
Absolutely. So every day is a challenge, as he will get Nepo in the final round. And what about Fabi's road ahead? He's going to be playing, obviously, Anish tomorrow, but then...
The last round, another person who's trying to catch him, Rapport.
Exactly. Richie at the moment, 3.5 points. Imagine that Richie was to win a game against Deac, which we think is going to be a draw, frankly. But if he were to win, I mean, Fabi's playing all of his very nearest pursuers. Interesting what what Anish was saying about the h6 pawn and the fact that it's actually a pain that this pawn is on h6. And really, if that g5 pawn had remained on the g7 square, as Nepo should have left it there, his g6 really was a terrible step in the wrong direction. We think that this game is over. Winning, I mean to say, for
Firouzja.
For Firouzja. Let's just again check in on the Richie game. Some bad blood early, but between the two players, as I think that they weren't happy with one
It was
another.
just a misunderstanding,
I think so too. Richie was not ready to acquiesce to the draw. He did not play Queen e5, inviting Queen e7, Queen h6. He played the move Queen e3, Queen d6, Rook b3. Richie's looking for an opportunity of bringing the rook on b3, which just frankly is playing a defensive role, to a better square var. What on earth is the better square?
Well, he just put it on c1, just trying to defend, but I think it's better placed on c1 because at some point, if the position opens up, he can be able to put it on f1, for example, if he plays g4 at some point. It's, I think, definitely better than on b3.
Yeah, b3 it felt a little bit
yes.
no man's land.
Let's see some of the key lines in this position.
Sure.
Still, I think position is balanced. So, for example, you can just defend with this move.
Okay.
Rook 8, c7, just to see, okay, what is your next move? What is white going to do here? You can't really move the queen. Again, we see engine wants to do some repetition, maybe queen f8. Again, you never want to trade queens because after you trade queens, you can only be worse.
Right.
Now, come back to d2 perhaps, and black again plays the move queen d6 here.
The more you're looking, I mean, I got to play g3 from the starting position. You play the move rook c7. Let's get some action.
G4.
Let's go g4. I mean, in this case, maybe my rooks can swing to the open f file if you would oblige me.
Yeah, the problem now, Yasser, is the move f4, actually.
You're a party pooper, dude. Open up the position for me.
Yeah, well, blockading the diagonal, and now you have to play queen d2.
Okay.
And now you can even play the move h6 here.
White's knight is kind
and
of
the question is,
stuck on
how
h5.
is this knight going to come back into the game here? You don't have any squares. Really, you can go to...
You can go to f6, but then it has to come right back.
You know, I thought I was being clever by inducing the move f5, f4, but you're absolutely right. Now, see, my knight on h5 is left high and dry.
Taking on g4, guys, would be a critical mistake. After
That's
f
what
g4,
I'm talking about.
White is looking great here. You can use the f file to attack. So that definitely, we are not going to see the move f takes g4. f4 is the right way to go. And it's still equal after, but the knight is on h5, sort of trapped in that position.
True, true. But from Richie's point of view, I mean, if he could win this game, get a tie for first, and he would have destiny in his grasp as well. And he's playing a player, let's be frank, who hasn't played, at least from the tournament perspective, so far successfully.
Right, but today he hasn't made any mistakes. So
Daniel has played decent
very
chess.
hard to get, like Anish was saying, it's very hard to get a win
At this level,
tournaments,
yeah,
yes.
any win's a good win. Is time a factor, Nazi,
No.
in these two?
No, since
between
they
these two?
recently made move 40, they still both have more than 20 minutes on the clock. So
Somebody had a serious conversation with Daniel and said, look, your first 5 games were atrocious. You were getting the time trouble each and every game, and then you were blundering. You can't do that. And ever since that free day, Daniel's been doing his very best to maintain the clocks. But we've got a treat coming up. What is this one? Ooh, that line score is just really, I mean, for anybody it's bad, but for a world champion,
really
that's
tough
suffering.
tournament.
Yes, yes. I didn't see that coming because, again, I think Daniel has realized the World Championship match just took a lot.
yes, I was
out of him.
expecting just 9 draws. That he would be so
Yeah,
tired that he would
right.
just make a lot of draws.
Okay. But Richie,
Mhm.
conversely, seems inspired by the
course.
World Championship match. He wasn't at the
He's in high
board.
spirits, yeah.
Yeah, and he's doing very, very well. And we're just looking at the game between Ding Liren and Firouzja.
Nepo and Firouzja.
Pardon me. Nepo. Yeah, I got Ding Liren on my mind. Now, Var, Cristian, and Anish were looking at ways of breaking the fortress. Have you come up with a very concrete way of doing precisely that, breaking Black's fortress?
I think so. It's
Yes.
not immediate, but there is a plan I will show you. But before we do that, I want to show you one idea that I think is critical for this endgame, and perhaps maybe Jan missed this. If we go back a little bit to this position here, where it seems like he had a chance at some point to put a rook on f4. And if you can do that, then you're going to be very happy. Because if your rook is on f4, you just go rook h4, rook f4. It looks like it's going to be a fortress.
Yeah.
But there is a problem with this move. Let's say it starts out with this move, queen b8.
I can't play king g7.
Yeah, king g7 always loses.
Right.
Always loses to the move queen e5.
Right.
So you're going to be in a pin and you will lose the game. So you have to play king h7.
Right.
Then you play the move king g3.
Play rook f4.
Yeah, let's say you play the move rook f4, and it seems like you're holding now rook h4. But the problem is now you're losing the king and pawn endgame after queen takes f4.
That's
and this is perhaps what he missed, that this is just completely hopeless here, because king g7, king f5. I have a lot of reserved moves here with this f pawn. So if you go king g8, king f6, king f8, now you play f4. And if you go to king g8 or king e8, doesn't matter, I go the opposite direction. And after f5, this is a lost king and pawn endgame. So it's possible that he maybe missed this idea when he allowed this move h4, h5.
Right.
But the current position now, if we go back, so king f5, Alireza is playing all the best moves here. And at some point, if you allow the queen takes e6, that king and pawn endgame is also lost.
Right.
So with this h5, h6 pawns, a lot of these king and pawn endgames are simply lost because white king is too active here. So if you try to hang on the sixth round, I was trying to do that to try to make sure the king doesn't cross. So let's say he plays rook a6 here in this position. Now you have ideas like this, queen c5. And now if you play the move rook e6, you're losing to the move queen c8 check, king g7, and queen takes e6, and a winning king and pawn endgame. After g4, you don't even have to go after this pawn. You can actually try to win the h6 pawn and then return king g5, pick up the g4 pawn. So the current position, we have rook a6 now, and yeah, queen c5. Really like this move, and
stopping rook a5 check.
Yeah, let's say we play king g7, king g7, then queen c3 check. Can't go to the back rank because of the queen c8 threat, so the only move is king h7.
Right.
And now very strong move, queen c8. So eventually what happens, you get this position, and rook a5 is going to run into the king f6. You don't have the rook e6 option because of the queen e6, so you have only rook b6 left, and now you have this move, queen c7, attacking the rook and the pawn f7. So it looks like white is just going to win the game, and there is no really way to hold this for Jan.
Thank you, Var. I remember playing in a tournament in The Hague in Holland. It was Aegon. It was man versus machine. And the international master, Roberto Cifuentes, was up against the computer, and he was in a rook and pawn endgame, a pawn down. And I was watching the game, and Roberto played the move I thought he should play. And the operator of the machine said to him, "I'm sorry, Mr. Cifuentes, it's checkmate in 47. We both were like, checkmate in 40. I said, Roberto, don't believe him. Play on. There's no way this is mate in 47. Actually, I've been told the current position's like mate in 20, maybe 22. The computers now see a very, very clear way of breaking the fortress. And for, wow, Firouzja, what a turnaround.
I mean, starting with a loss
against Wesley So. Yeah. And he's He's 1-3, but he was seriously worse against Fabi.
Yeah.
So he's been having a roller coaster
two
ride.
so far, but
Yes.
about to be 3.
Yeah, about to be 3. And again, if you say to me it's mate in 20, I trust that he will find the mate. King, is that right? No, Queen C4. Yeah, sorry.
I mean, Rook A5 check is nothing to be afraid of. You
On
can
the
simply
contrary,
play.
King F6.
It's welcome, yes. King
Yes.
F6 and
Away we
that's
go.
it.
And by the way, that looks like doesn't that accelerate everything that you were talking about? Queen C4 attacks the rook. As we've been talking, these king upon endgames are just dead.
I guess black can play Rook B6.
And then after Rook B6...
Then you can play Queen C5 and it's still the same position, yes.
Can't I get my queen somehow to the magic F5, F8 square?
Yeah.
Like, oops.
No, it's definitely over very soon.
Right, right. Looks very, very, very good, which again means that Richie is on the outside looking in. He needs a win to tie with Fabi and quite likely Alireza as well. Not much has happened, but we just saw the move Rook B8, which is a kind of a confounding move. I won't even try to express
I think
what
black's
that
just
move
showing
does.
that he can just stand still and white can't break through.
That's exactly what I think Deac is saying. I'm just going to keep the position. I won't hang or blunder anything. I'm going to play Rook B8. Go ahead and do your worst. Question, Var, is can white do something like really, really, really silly? Gain some space on the king side. Play H4. Let me just show you. I mean, I don't even know if putting the pawns up the board is the right idea. But for the moment, I've got a great plan. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Here it comes. Ready? Hold your breath.
I'm going to ruin your plans again with F4.
You're never going to let me open it. I was wondering, with the pawn on H4, can I play for G5 and knight F6? Arguably.
If Richie was in must-win situation.
That's what I'm saying, right?
He
Like
may try this.
You know, it's victory or bust. You go all out. Anything to be suggested for advancing H4 and slowly hoping to gain more space, Var? Or
let's take a look. That's one thing with that plan. I'm a little bit worried about maybe a possible E5 break that black can do when the king is on H3 here. But let's check that line here, Yasser, that you were suggesting.
Sure.
So if H4, let's say he's waiting.
Right.
King G2. We wait a little bit more, and you play the move. You finally play the move G4.
Sure. This is the most active plan I can find, playing for G4. And I know you're not going to open up the F file and be a nice person.
Actually, here, I can already, because the king is misplaced on H3, because in a lot of these lines now, I have Rook C3, and your king is going to be pinned. So now actually capture, and E5 is very strong. And it looks like Yasser Black is taking over the game here.
Yeah, the king on
Position is going to open up.
is not very well. And by the way, repeating.
Now they're repeating, guys, so we might see a handshake.
Right. Well, I mean, for Richie, it will mean he maintains a rather lofty +1, but with the white pieces, maybe he was hoping for a little bit more.
Yeah, his opening choice would tell us that he was hoping to get a game.
Yes, he was with this.
Oh,
just when you thought it was safe.
It tricked you.
To agree to a draw. We've got Rook to. Oops, sorry. Let me just refresh my board. I apologize.
Does it come with any follow-up idea?
Well, just that the Rook was better on that the Rook is better on D3 than it was on B3. Rook to D3. Again, is there something behind? What's the active idea for white, for Richie with his Rook on D3? So Deac plays the same thing. He just waits. He goes rook c4 to c7 and back and forth. What's the idea of rook d3, Var?
Yeah, you can play rook c7. You also have the move rook a4, Yasser. You don't have to just sit passively. You can play rook a4, which is actually the best move here. But just in case, let's just play this move, just see if black stays. Again, what is the plan
Richie
here?
has a plan, yeah.
Again, we see a suggestion to get the queen on h6, which we know is already going to be met by queen f8, and that doesn't do much. Queen g5 is the same thing, will be met by queen e7.
Right.
And no concrete plan. I don't see any pawn breaks again. If you play g4, this will be met by f4.
Right.
And again, the knight is going to be misplaced on h5 here. I don't see any plan here for Richie to try to play for a win, because if he tries to, maybe he can move this rook at the moment, but again, I don't see an idea. Let's say it's rook c2, he can play rook c2, but that will be met by rook c4. So I don't think he can really do much in this position. He has to take a lot of risks, and I think it can really backfire if he does that.
I can well imagine that rook a4 going active is actually the best move, because I suddenly come up with some really great stuff. Imagine this, rook d3, and we're just going to go back and forth for black, right? We're going to let me have my fun, if you will. After rook back, I'm going to go h3. You're going to go rook c4, yay.
Okay.
I'm going to go f4. No, I'm going to play g4 and come hell or high water. I'm going to force a pawn trade. You're going to oblige me by going back, and I'll play g4. Now you can't play f4 because I've occupied the square. How you like them apples?
You're not afraid of
After
weakening your
after
king?
you get over your hilarity and you stop laughing, what?
Let's say I take on g4.
Yay.
And possibly go queen e7, queen h4 maybe?
Queen e7 and queen h4 maybe. Okay. I was hoping.
Play g5?
Yes, precisely. I was hoping that my knight would end up on the f6 square, and I would swing a major piece to the h file, whether it be the
You
queen
can
or the
checkmate
rook.
me on h file.
Well, I mean, they tell me that's the goal.
Yeah.
That is the goal. So yeah, it's slow. It's very, very, very slow. But when I play, by the way, when I play the move f4, I'm burning bridges, in the sense that the knight on h5 isn't coming back. It's going to go to f6 one day, or it's going to be terrible. It's just going to be stuck on h5. So I play a move like f4, but I did it with the deliberate intention, of course, of one day getting something on the h file. By the way, we have Richie. Richie did play just rook e1. I don't know if that changes anything, but we believe that Alireza is about to put the finishing touches
Queen
on
c7
a
maybe?
very, very, very important win. Yes, let's take a look. Queen c7 basically runs the rook out of squares, right?
Yeah. Forcing you to go
Or
rook.
queen c5, guys. Both.
Or
of
queen
them.
c5?
Yeah,
Sorry.
Same thing.
Yeah, you can't. Sorry, in my mind's eye, I wanted to control, but there is queen c8 check.
The same on rook e6.
Exactly.
Queen c8 check.
So no rook a6, no rook e6. So if I go down,
Queen c8 check.
Queen c8 or even king. Yeah.
King f6 right away.
Ugh.
Even better.
Oh, brutal. Okay.
Yeah.
So we might be seeing, after the move queen c5, just domination of queen over the rook. A handshake?
I think so.
We don't have any moves. We don't have an answer to queen c5.
And he's about to make his move queen c5. That was brilliant what he found earlier with a5, a6.
Yeah.
That won the game.
It did. And from Nepo, just a calculation error, because when he was taking on f3, I'm sure he had it in his mind that he had b7 protected, just didn't understand.
Queen g4.
Yeah, how powerful the move queen g4 was. By the way, did that ever make an impression on you? Did you ever have that as a conscious thought? Paul Carez, the last tournament he ever played in was in Vancouver, BC. Just a stone's throw away from Seattle, Washington. I was a student at the time, so I couldn't play in the Vancouver Open, but I could visit. I went up to visit the tournament, and Paul Carrez, I was just eyeballing him, just like a hawk, like every move he made, you know. And I watched how he moved the pieces. He grasped the piece firmly. He held it for a half second, moved it to the square, made sure that the piece was really center of the square. He released the piece, made sure that it was on the right square, and gently pressed the clock. And I was so impressed by his movement of the pieces, the grace with which he moved the pieces. I went home to emulate him. Even though I couldn't make the moves of Paul Carrez, I wanted to be able to play the way,
like he did,
with the grace. Did you ever have that as a conscious thought, that I want to move the pieces gracefully, not flip-flopping them, blah, 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 and putting them precisely in the middle of the board?
You know, I have literally never thought about that in my life.
Wow, wow, wow. What can I say, Var? I'm
now
done.
I'm rethinking, maybe I've done something wrong. Like
No.
maybe I wasn't moving my pieces
How
right.
about you, Var? Do you like playing with a precise, graceful move? Is that something that you consciously try to
absolutely.
do?
Yeah, I
Aspire?
want to make sure all my pieces are in the middle of the squares. That's the first thing I do when I sit down. I just make sure all the pieces are perfectly lined up, and when I put the moves in, just make sure in the center of the square.
So that's a thing that I've never heard about.
Well, now you know. I mean, yeah. By the way, Var, I mean, somehow Nepo, we thought that Nepo's rook wasn't going to make it to the F4 square, that quite frankly, he missed an opportunity to do that. He has got his rook there, but the king is coming to F8 and maybe...
To checkmate.
Yeah, maybe to checkmate. So the rook on F3, too little, too late.
Yes, now it's actually, right now he can just play queen c8 check, and if king g7, queen f8 check, and just simply take on f7.
That's
and
the
I
simple.
think that's what he is going to do. And if you don't play king g7, you play king h7, then you have the option to play king f8, and then you're threatening queen c3 and mate on g7. So I think resignation
That's nice.
is coming right now.
King h7, king comes to f8, g6 is protected, g7 is not protected. You're ready to play a queen to the dark square and make checkmate. Here, Nepo is inviting queen f8 check and queen takes f7, and I'm sure he's intending resignation the moment Firouzja plays queen takes f7.
Yeah, what a fantastic game by Firouzja.
Seriously. I think Anish Giri has played really a career-defining game today. It was just a marvelous, marvelous game. I don't care the fact, even these world champions, whether they're tired, wounded, I don't care. A victory over the world champion is something to be relished, and a victory over Nepo, equally something to be relished. Queen f7, and I think that's it. Bravo, bravo.
I'm going to
Wow.
guess he's talking about that pawn g6 move right now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
frustrating.
sure.
Yeah, frustrating to play the g6 and lose like this.
Nazi, you said it best. Champion and challenger both losing in the same round, and boy, did that shake
Who
up
would have predicted
our
that?
standings. And here's our road ahead for one of our tournament co-leaders.
Right, Firouzja has Duda and MVL left in the last two rounds.
I would say an easier road ahead than Fabi, who is
Yes.
going to be playing Anish Giri tomorrow, as well as Richie Rapport in the championship round. And we have one game remaining, and we are tied at the top. I think we're going to be ready for a break in the not-too-distant future. And as we get ready for the break, I just want to again shout out to our audience. We do enjoy your quizzes and questions, so get those prepared. And Var, I mean, I know it's not, final thoughts or anything like that, but this is a stunning round. The champion and challenger, two of the very, very, very best players in the world going down in the same round.
Absolutely. It just shows how much energy it took to play the World Championship match. And if these players are fresh in their normal form, they will definitely perform much, much better. You can still have like a bad tournament, but both of them are on -2 right now. So this is something we couldn't expect. So definitely they will probably take some break and try to come back stronger in the rest of the GCT events.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, -2 as we get Firouzja mic'd up in Bucharest. I see once again the game between Deac and Richard back and forth.
Repetition.
Well, again, you know, there was certainly opportunity for Richard to do that. We did see, by the way, Queen A3, Queen back to D8. I'm a little bit surprised we didn't see the move Rook A4, intimating that, hey, you know, like, maybe I'm going to go after your pawn. I'm going to, you know, it takes me a long time to win the pawn, but what do you got? He didn't play that, and Richie's just put Rook F1 on the board. Again, we are getting ready for Alireza to join
Deac
us.
is clearly not afraid of whatever might be on the king side, F4, G4.
He is ready to meet Queen H6 at any moment with the move Queen F8, and Richie is probably, okay, I can make a draw, I can play the move Rook C1, just defending the pawn on C3. Time's not a particular factor, but, you know, unless it's G4, I mean, that's the only active move, right? Unless, you know, like the fact that your queen's not here. Imagine I played an idiot. I'm an idiot. I played the move G4. Let's see if I can...
Pawn on C3.
Pardon me?
This one drops pawn on C3.
Truly, but I was saying, I was thinking rather, that when your queen's not on D6, F4, I might take the pawn, right? If you take my pawn on C3, in this particular case, I don't think you wanted to allow this, right?
Queen takes D4, knight F6.
Oh.
No, I'm still...
Queen takes D4, that's beautiful. That just defends all my threats.
But
sorry, I missed that.
But wait, after G5, knight F6 coming? Okay.
Ooh.
But we have Firouzja ready for the interview with Cristian.
All right.
Thanks, guys. Alireza, first of all, congratulations. What an important victory. You took down the world champion. You took down the challenger as well. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, it feels great. Jan has a very solid repertoire with black, so it's really difficult to get a game even against him. So I'm really happy with this win, and it improves my score in the standings. So.
That was, in fact, my next question. I said at the beginning of the show that it's going to be very difficult to take him out of his opening preparation. Yeah. But you definitely showed your intent to do just that early on, with this like D4, knight F3, E3, the call system. Very cagey stuff. Yeah. Bishop E2. Did you prepare this?
It's reversed Queen's Indian and Queen's Gambit.
Tempo up, yeah.
Yeah, and it's not anything special, but it's interesting to get a game at least. I was happy. Of course, black is okay around here,
and he also seems to be playing quite some challenging lines.
Yeah,
Bishop G4, like he doesn't shy away from.
Yeah, it's not easy to.
The most concrete lines.
Yeah, there's no concrete line maybe there after Bishop E2. He played the best line actually, and Bishop G4 is the best move probably.
Yeah.
And yeah, probably he messed up. He should have played better around here. Maybe instead of Bishop C5, I prefer A5, for instance, to prevent. And then Bishop takes is very, very equal. But yeah, of course, he played like this, and I think I have edge here. Maybe he was thinking about Bishop H2 was losing probably. First, I was afraid of this, but I have B5 here, very important.
Is B5 the only move? We didn't even consider this move.
So. Yeah, it's kind of only move, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, because B5 and then B6 check, B takes A7 with new queen there.
Yeah.
So he didn't have this tactic, but he played greatly here, I think. Yeah, my knight C4 probably is not accurate, but I wanted to go directly here to see what happens. And yeah, he played Bishop B2, Knight G5. Yeah, here Knight G5 was an amazing move. I missed.
He defended very well.
Yeah, because I blundered in my calculation. These King G2, Bishop G4, Knight D6. I was calculating Rook D6, B5. But yeah, I missed this Knight D4. And
if you take with the bishop,
Bishop D4, he takes check and E5. And he's crashing.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, if he didn't,
is this the only way that he can?
I think he has another way to make draw instead of Knight D4.
Oh, that's a nice line. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very beautiful.
But yeah, it was interesting, Knight G5. And yeah, I had to go for Knight D6, and this position is probably equal. But he has to be still a bit careful, I think. Because he loses a pawn actually here. He loses a pawn. He doesn't have any other way. Knight E5, Queen F4, I'm better. So.
And in fact, I think the critical line here was Knight to G6.
Yeah, Rook C1, Queen E7, Queen C5.
Why is the knight better on G6 than on F5?
Because it defends the last rank. You could give a check. And takes.
So now you cannot do this because Knight F8 and black is winning.
Oh, okay.
That's such a small detail.
Yeah. Oh yeah, now I don't have Queen C5. So. I mean, I have Queen C5, but it's probably just draw. King H2, Queen H4. It's still very complicated. Queen C2 back.
This is a crazy line.
Yeah.
Computer line.
Yeah. No, it's not easy here for black actually, because he's down a pawn and he has to prove his.
Well, if Knight G6 is the only way out,
it's not
practically it's almost impossible.
Yeah, but he played good here actually. A4. Yeah, I didn't understand why Rook A8. Knight H4. I was planning Queen C4. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, for human to go G5 is insane. Because I calculated this, Knight D2, Queen D4, and I'm probably winning here. Bishop B6, very important, and it wins.
Yeah.
But, so yeah, he played Rook A8. Yeah, if you don't see G5, then you have to go Rook A8.
You guys discussed a little bit at the end of the game. What
yeah, it was for the endgame. I didn't understand so much what he said, but it was about the endgame, I think.
The endgame,
yes. You can go there. Yeah, here, I think I should go Bishop C3. It's easier to win. It was stupid.
I commended this move, Bishop to A1, just for the simple fact that this endgame is actually mathematically
it's
won,
winning.
I think.
Yeah. I felt like it has to be winning.
Because you get the pawn to H5 first.
I think it's even, this is even winning, probably. Like, I'm sure this is winning, no?
H4, H5?
Because I still could go, he cannot go Rook F5, I take. So this should be losing, I think, also.
You have some sacrifices at some point. Yeah, this could be losing as well.
And also he cannot get his king to G7, so it's important. For instance, if he gets this, maybe it's still probably losing. Yeah, it's not easy. He thought it's probably draw here, but yeah, it was easy after. It was pawn on H5, and yeah, I could always go to pawn in game, and yeah, it was.
Actually, I think it might be a draw if these two pawns, the H and G pawns, are swapped for the F2 pawn.
That's draw.
And then you have Rook H6 extra square.
He was hoping for this, like after Rook A3, he was hoping for Queen C6, I think, and.
To take your pawn.
Yeah, this is winning, but for instance, because he cannot get his rook to E6, but I'm sure this is draw.
Yes.
This is draw, I think, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, this is the best.
Which is quite funny. Alireza, big sequence of important games for you, and you got the maximum out of every single one of them, even yesterday against Fabiano. Congratulations going into the championship rounds as a co-leader. What are your ambitions right now? What do you think you need to do to win the tournament?
Yeah, for sure Fabiano is also in very good shape, and it's not easy to outrank him in this tournament, but I will try to play good. I have tomorrow black pieces with Duda, and we will see what happens. He's really great fighter, and we'll see.
Thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow, Alireza. And as we are getting ready to see the final moments of the game between Rapport and Bogdan-Daniel Deac, we're going to go on a short commercial break, and we'll be back shortly. Stay tuned.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the Superbet Chess Classic in Bucharest, Romania. You saw it on the screen as the remaining game was agreed draw between Richie and Deac. For Richie, he was half a point out of first.
Yeah, and he was trying really hard today to get a win.
He really was. And that means that we have a two-way tie going into our championship rounds for rounds 8 and 9 coming up. But let's just take a look at the results. Not yet, apologies. In fact, let's just go to Bucharest and Cristian and final thoughts.
Well, what a round here in Bucharest as we are approaching the final rounds of the tournament. Things are heating up, and as you can see, Nepo and Ding still cannot recover. It is the story of the tournament right now, and you know, Anish and Alireza today took full advantage of that with brilliant play, I have to say, with the white pieces, definitely piled on the pressure and got the job done. And this is exactly what you need to do if you want to win this tournament. Alireza right now in the co-leading position with Fabiano Caruana definitely must be feeling good about his chances of at least a tiebreak. But, you know, tomorrow is going to be a big day because we have a big clash between Fabiano and a very in shape Anish Giri, and booming with confidence because he just won against the world champion. So definitely an interesting clash that will be, and I'm looking forward to call all the action with you guys.
Cristian, and once again, let's just take a look at our standings with round 7 in the history books.
Right.
Do the honors.
We have two co-leaders now, Fabiano Caruana and Alireza Firouzja.
Welcome back to the Grand Chess Tour, Alireza.
And then with 4 points following Wesley So, Anish Giri, and Richard Rapport.
A lot of people at the top.
With 50% Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and with 3 points, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and still can't believe I'm saying this, but with 2.5 points, Jan Nepomniachtchi and Liren.
Tied for 8th and 9th. And let's take a look at what tomorrow has in store for us.
We have MVL playing Deac.
Nice.
Deac playing Rapport.
Ooh, oh my gosh. Last chance, Ding's got to right the ship. This is his last
But
fight.
he is playing his second at the World Championship.
Oh, good point. Of course, that is true.
And we have 2 leaders playing each other, Caruana against Giri.
Right.
Nepomniachtchi against Wesley So.
Great match.
And Duda against Firouzja.
Wow, everything to play for as we go into our championship rounds. Var, I can't believe what I just witnessed. I mean, for me, Anish's win today was a career-defining game. I mean, I just thought that was an incredibly, incredibly good game. And, well...
We don't need to see
We don't need to see this, do we, Var? I mean, wow. You're MVL, I mean, you're doing
still have
good,
some chances.
But yeah, no, Dariush and Cristian are absolutely killing it at the moment. But final thoughts about this very eventful.
Absolutely, big day and a huge win for Alireza, but I think Anish played a fantastic game. For me, this is the game of the tournament so far. It was a great sacrifice. It wasn't clear, but he just developed his piece. He put the pressure on, and eventually he forced Ding to make more mistakes and won a very, very important game here. And I would be a little bit worried facing Anish. It seems like he's in great shape. He's in good mood. And big game tomorrow against Fabiano. And still 2 exciting rounds to go. It's hard to see who will be the winner of this tournament. So very exciting to see the last two rounds, guys.
Yeah, let's just take a peek ahead, what we can expect. I hope we have the pairings for round 8 because these championship rounds are going to be really, really fun. As we know, it's Anish Giri versus Giri once more. 4.5 versus 4. That's so big that I can't emphasize that enough. Duda versus Firouzja. Duda hasn't won a game, right?
Not yet, no. He's in -1.
Right, so for Alireza might be thinking, hey, while you, Fabi, have a very, very difficult match in front of you,
He's with black, however.
I know, that's the thing. Well, everything to play for in the Superbet Chess Classic, most definitely. We've certainly been enjoying doing a commentary Thank you, Nazi. It's been really,
Thank
really
you,
great.
Yasser.
Great. Calling all the action with you and Var and Cristian from the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center. We're going to be signing off and wishing you all a very good afternoon, good evening, wherever
Bye,
you may be.
and see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.